there's a lot of excitement, just like there's a buzz in the air.
It seems like just awesome because, well, it is awesome.
It was about a 7.5-hour drive.
We rented it. I booked it in May of last year.
Maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I'm hoping to get some interesting shots during the totality.
Hoping it's not clouded.
Yeah, we're very nervous about that.
Her first trip, her first national park, and first eclipse all at the same time.
Well, the countdown is on. We are just minutes away now from one of the most anticipated astronomical events in U.S. history. Millions of Americans will be savoring that once-in-a-lifetime moment when a solar eclipse sweeps across the U.S., sending some regions into complete darkness for some 4.5 minutes.
Wow.
Hello, I'm John Roberts. Great to be with you today.
Great to see you. I'm Aisha Hasni. This is so very exciting. I'm a huge science nerd, so I'm so glad to be doing this with you and with you all at home. We are joining you live from the rooftop of our D.C. bureau. It's very, very windy, John. It's going to be a windy show.
I'm hoping to keep my tie from going up.
The skies are clear.
But we have got the glasses.
We've got the glasses.
We have got pretty much crystal clear skies. And in about an hour and 20 minutes, we'll be putting on our glasses. Can't see
along with
anything.
You at home.
I can see a little light over there. If I look up, I can actually see the sun. So that means that the glasses are working. I hope everybody at home's got something similar if you're going to look at the eclipse.
Yes, it's going to be a really fun show, so stick around with us. Sandra is off today. This is America Reports. Here we go. NASA says the entire country, all of you out there, will see at least a partial eclipse today, but it's those 15 states right there in the path of totality that will experience daylight to darkness for a matter of minutes. It's going to be quite a sight.
Yes, getting a good glimpse of the rare celestial event depends on the weather. Cloudy skies forecast for some could put a damper on the view, though it's going to get dark regardless.
It is, yes. Fox team coverage along the path of totality over the next 2 hours. We've got people all over the place for you. But first, we're going to kick things off with senior correspondent Casey Stiegel. He's live in Dallas, where things are already underway. Casey, what are you seeing out there? Are people getting excited?
Oh gosh, the excitement is an understatement, Aisha. You know, Dallas is the largest metropolitan area, I'm sure you're aware of, that's going to be in the path of totality, and people have been flooding here since Friday, last Thursday, kind of making a weekend out of it, and then today is the icing on the cake. An estimated 500,000 people, in fact, have flocked to the Big D, converging on the city with official viewing parties taking place all over. Local officials, in fact, say that all eyes have been on the sky because of the weather forecast, and people have been saying that it is going to be cloudy, but I've got some good news. We have the sun starting to kind of peek through these clouds a little bit, and meteorologists have been saying that this has been possible with the clouds breaking up and burning off, so that we will have a good view of this rare event. Of course, a lot of research is also being done as we experience this total solar eclipse across North Texas. Over at the Fort Worth Zoo, look at this. Experts say that they're going to be documenting animal behavior to see just how busy it is and what those animals do, how the various species react, for example, in the darkness. So lots and lots of stuff going on from the scientific side to the fun side. We're posted up here in Public Park, right on the outskirts of downtown Dallas. And the earlier shots, you could barely see the skyline because of the cloud cover, but as it burns off, it's starting to emerge. The music is picking up. School buses of kids are going to be arriving soon for a field trip, because schools, for the most part, are in session here. They're closed in other parts of the country experiencing totality, but most of the schools here are open, and if they are not taking field trips to viewing parties like this, they are certainly going to be heading outside and taking a look at a very special science lesson up close and personal. Back to you.
All right, Casey, thank you so much. Stay tuned.
All right, and now from Dallas to our southern border, where we're just minutes away until the eclipse crosses over into the United States from Mexico. Two of the places where it will be seen first in its totality are places that are very familiar to you because of our coverage of immigration and the situation on the border. Del Rio, Texas, and Eagle Pass. Our Bill Malugin is live in Eagle Pass. And Bill, you're going to get the very first look at the zone of totality before anybody else.
Well, Well, John, we hope we're going to get the first look. The weather doesn't look like it's going to cooperate so far. It's heavily overcast right now. It's forecasted to be overcast the rest of the day. We're starting to feel a little bit of light drizzle, but as you mentioned, Eagle Pass is going to be the first spot in all of the United States where totality is supposed to happen. That's supposed to happen around 2:27 p.m. Eastern time, so about an hour and 20 minutes from now. We'll give you a live look at the scene right now from our Fox News drone. We're in the infamous Shelby Park, which, as everybody knows by now, has been completely locked down by the state of Texas, so there's no members of the general public down here coming out here to see this eclipse. They cannot get into this park, but across the river, we see what looks like a little bit of a party getting set up by folks on the Mexican side. They've got a stage set up. You might be able to hear some of the thumping music from my microphone right now. People are starting to post up chairs and towels on the edge of the river, looking this way, getting ready to watch this eclipse. But you can see the skies in the background. The weather right now does not look like it is going to be cooperating with us. It's heavy overcast. It does not look like it's going to be burning off anytime soon. But even if we don't get to see the totality of that eclipse, we are obviously going to be able to feel that eclipse. It is going to get dark and the temperatures will likely drop once that happens. So we're just kind of in a wait and see mode out here, John. We're going to hope that these clouds end up pulling off a little bit once the totality zone arrives. We got our glasses ready here just in case it does. But in the meantime, we'll be here. First spot in the U.S., and we're hoping we get to see something. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Bill Malugin for us in Eagle Pass, Texas. And up on your screen right now, what you're seeing are pictures live from Mazatlan, Mexico, right there on the west coast of Mexico, where the moon has started to cross, Aisha, in front of the sun. They are going to be the very first people in North America who will get a look at the totality of this eclipse. The zone of totality is going to go right over top of Mazatlan and then start making its way to Texas.
John, you know what I forgot today? My moonstone. No. Moonstone for the energy of the eclipse. I'm so into this, and apparently you're able to use the energy of the eclipse to, you know, gain some positivity in your life. All that bumbo jumbo stuff.
I love the fact that we're monitoring this from zoos, because when it gets dark in the middle of the day, the animals go into some weird behavior. Yeah. Bill Hemmer was talking about that a little while ago. Some of the animals go to sleep, some of the animals wake up. Apparently the turtles started mating. I don't know what that's all about.
They might feel like the world is ending.
But here's this phenomenal event just getting underway here in Mazatlan, Mexico, and that's what a huge swath of the United States is in for over the next 3 hours.
There is a lot of anxiety out there among some people, some anticipation as well, a lot of excitement. We're just about minutes away from the start of all of this, at least in Texas. It's going to work its way up across the U.S. Storms and clouds, though, John, threatening to ruin the fun for millions of people. Fox weather meteorologist Adam Klotz has the forecast for us. Adam, you've got some bad news for people, especially people who've traveled. One of my friends, her boyfriend went all the way up to like the upstate part of New York, and apparently it's super cloudy.
Okay, well, I have some bad news, but I also have good news, right? It's not all bad news across the country. And also, Aisha, you'll be happy to know that my moonstone is out on my windowsill. So when this passes by, I'm also going to get in on that energy. But this is what we're talking about. You talked about the bad news. This is a look at Texas. Across portions of South Texas in particular, that cloud cover is really dense. It's a little bit lighter further to the north, and as you continue along the track, it continues to get lighter. So you see a better chance of seeing totality, at least as you run through North Texas, ultimately into Arkansas, and then you run into the Midwest. And the forecast is absolutely gorgeous. Completely clear skies for now across most of southern Illinois into Indiana, where the forecast is looking quite nice. Totality in Indianapolis happens there right after 3 o'clock. It'll last for 4 minutes. Obviously, this whole process takes several hours from the time you begin to see just that partial eclipse until you get closer to that total eclipse, with totality there lasting for 4 minutes as it makes its move. Now, as you continue a little further north, you did allude to this as well, there are some other cloudy spots. You get up along Lake Erie and Lake Ontario and portions of upstate New York, there is some very dense cloud cover as we currently speak, but it does cut off fairly quickly. You get up into areas of upstate or interior New England, so Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. Suddenly it is completely sunny once again, and you're looking at some really clear skies, and totality will once again be looking really good. New York City, it's going to be a little bit more on the borderline as far as if you see sunshine or if you see a little bit of cloud cover. We're not going to be 100%, right? But that is 89% total coverage of the sun with the moon. So still a fantastic show. I do want to maybe jump right back down to Texas really quick. I showed you the path. We're also looking at a risk for severe storms. Now, these will not happen until after totality ultimately moves on through these areas, but as we know, a ton of people are flooding to this region, and there's a decent risk of seeing some real severe weather as you get into the evening and the overnight hours. So if you're watching from this location and you're traveling, know that storms could be big, they could be bad. Isolated tornadoes, hail is going to be a big concern. That'll be coming a little bit later in the evening, but this is what that map looks like. Everything here in the red, which is a big swath of totality, is a 2 on a scale of 5 for a risk of severe weather. Everything you're looking at there in that maroon color, that is a 3 on a scale of 5. So some severe weather out there, but obviously there are big chunks of the country where viewing is looking really nice.
And if you can't watch it, you just tune into Fox and watch it along with us. We'll make sure we bring you all the different views and cameras all across the country. Adam Klotz, thank you very much. Stick around. We'll come back to you soon.
And as we said earlier, regardless of where you are, even if you can't see the sun, it is going to get dark for a little while, so you will feel all of those vibes from the eclipse.
All the vibes.
Well, there are places on the ground where you can get the vibes from an eclipse, and then there are places that are out of this world where you can view an eclipse from. Let's bring in Leroy Chow, former NASA astronaut and International Space Station commander. He witnessed the 2017 eclipse from the ISS. Leroy, what was that like?
Yeah, actually it was in 2005. I was shooting video, and I noticed that there was a dark spot on the clouds, so I shot that, and that became the first astronaut video of an eclipse. And so it was pretty cool, you know, actually seeing it from that vantage point. Probably a little more dramatic on the ground, especially if you're in the path of totality, where it will actually get pretty dark for a few minutes. But it was cool seeing it from space, for sure.
Leroy, I know that you have said before that it's so special to watch it from here on Earth, so much more special than watching it from up above. But give us your perspective from as one of the very few people on this planet that have been up there in space, floating and watching us all down here. This is such an awe-inspiring moment for so many people, whether you're religious or not, if you're just a big science person. I mean, this is such a rare and incredible event to think that the moon is just the right size, just the right distance away from planet Earth, and also just the right distance away from the sun. For this to be so perfect that all of us get to bear witness to this here on this world, what is that like, just from your perspective of being up in space and just seeing just how little we are in this expansive universe? Give us your perspective on this entire moment right now.
Sure. I mean, it really is, you know, awesome to be up in space, and you look at our beautiful Earth, all the bright colors, very vibrant, very alive planet. You look at the moon, very beautiful in its own way, but it's shades of gray and darkness and lightness, and very much a cold, dead planet, or planetoid, if you will. But it is awesome, like you said, that the moon being the right distance away and the right size almost completely blocks the sun in the path of totality. And it's really inspiring to think about just how things kind of fit together. And so eclipses themselves are not particularly special. They happen all the time. It's just that usually it happens over the ocean or over cloud cover that you don't see. And it's rare, relatively rare, you know, every several years or even a couple decades that we get one that comes over populated centers like the U.S. In North America. And so for that reason, this one's very special. The next one's not going to be coming around for about 20 years where it will cross over the United States. So it really is great that it inspires especially young people to get excited about science, astronomy, space exploration, and that's a big benefit next to the, you know, just the great experience of seeing it.
Leroy, Aisha and you have been talking about distances. Bill Hemmer was reminding us earlier today that the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but it's 400 times closer to Earth than the sun is. So that's where that zone of perfection comes in, where the moon can completely cover the sun. This year, the moon is closer to the Earth than it was back in 2017, so the area of totality is a little bit wider, and the effects will be felt that much more profoundly. Talk about some of the effects that people will feel here on the ground as the moon, as we see in Mazatlan, Mexico, starts to dim the skies and things start to change.
Sure. So, of course, it's going to get dark, and it'll be dark for a few minutes. It'll feel cooler, very much like on a hot, sunny day. If you step into the shade, it feels a lot cooler. So it'll feel a little bit cooler for a few minutes. You know, it'll be a dramatic event because this is not something you see every day, right? I remember when I was probably 3rd or 4th grade, we had an eclipse, and, you know, things got pretty dark on the playground, and we weren't in the path of totality, but we had a pretty good, we were not too far away. So it was kind of neat to see. Well, definitely kind of makes an impression, if you will.
Leroy Chow, super duper astronaut, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time and your expertise and your perspective, and so fun to enjoy it with someone else who just loves space and science and in this moment that's so surreal right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Leroy. I appreciate it. We see in Mazatlan, Mexico, from NASA TV here, about a quarter of the sun has now been consumed by the shadow of the moon. And like that's going to keep going until the sun is completely gone and you get that flare of the corona around the outside.
The Cookie Monster is taking a bite out of the cookie. That's what it looks like. And you know what? I kind of remember this. So back in 2017, we had a solar eclipse. And I was working in Indiana, which oftentimes is the path, which is in the path right now. And I think they have really good visibility right now. So that's me from August 21st back in 2017.
You've just gotten out of high school, I think, right?
I look like a chipmunk, a little child. And I was so excited there with my meteorologist back in the day. And I was trying to live stream the entire thing because it's just such a spectacular event. And I remember it wasn't a total eclipse for us, but it was that partial, but it was very cool. And I was able to put those glasses over your phone. You're not supposed to just look at this with your phone, so please don't do that, like try to take selfies. But you can put your glasses over it and look up, and I was live streaming that so that everybody else could see it.
I remember my first eclipse. Unfortunately, there wasn't video. There wasn't smartphones back then, so there is no video of this. It was July 20th, 1963. I was in Toronto, Canada. I was a very young kid, but I remember we didn't have glasses back then either because plastic had not been invented at that time. And I remember my brother and I were out in the front yard, and he said, just glance up at it, then glance back down. Glance up at it, glance back down. And that's how we didn't burn our retina at that time. But I just remember seeing there was a full sun, then a little less, and a little less, and then it was completely gone.
Okay, let's ask the doctor about it in a little bit to make sure. I don't know if you can do that still, but let's, I mean, somehow we saw the eclipse before all these glasses and all of that. We were doing it, right? Mankind has been watching it for a while.
People were also taught that cigarettes were good for them.
That's true. Hey, if you're planning to view this once-in-a-lifetime solar eclipse, it's really important, as we've been talking about, to protect your eyes. We're going to, of course, talk to a doctor about this from the Cleveland Clinic coming up, get her safety tips, everything that you need to consider, and really how you can tell if you've got some eye damage if you happen to have looked up, but don't if you can. We'll be right back.
Wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night, blinded by the light. Wrapped up like a...
When dehydration gets real.
Hey, that's mine.
I'll buy you a pony. Advanced hydration isn't just for kids. Pedialyte helps you hydrate during recovery.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the Ozempic Trizone. Ozempic! I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or are allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
Hey, you seeing this?
Wait, where's the dish?
There ain't one. You're telling me you can get direct TV, the good stuff, and you don't need a satellite dish? Oh, I used to love doing my business on those things. You're one sick pigeon. Them dishes kept the rain off our beaks. We just have different priorities is all. Satellite-free direct TV. Never thought I'd see the day. Well, our lifespans are quite short.
Stream direct TV without a satellite dish.
I'm going to do this thing with my neck just for a bit.
Every day, veteran homeowners are calling New Day to pay off credit card debt that's been piling up. Many were shocked to learn they've been paying 22% on their credit card balances. And if payments were late, as much as 30%. That's over 3 times the interest rate on a New Day 100 VA home loan. Pay off high-rate credit cards and other debt with a lower-rate New Day home loan.
Save hundreds a month, thousands a year. Call 1-800-995-7563.
Tonight on the Ingram Angle, questions swirling about the Biden administration's ability and commitment to get that Baltimore bridge back up. We dig in. That's tonight on the Angle.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Rated the best hearing aids of 2023 by Forbes, the Audion Atom 2 series offers superior sound quality and functionality for a fraction of the price. For just $189 a pair, the Atom 2 features 4 different hearing modes for all types of hearing loss. It packs crystal clear sound, a nearly invisible design, and is even rechargeable.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids. They're so comfortable, I forget I'm wearing them. And the sound is amazing.
The Atom Pro 2 is our smallest hearing aid yet, featuring advanced background noise cancellation, and is the world's first hearing aid with built-in UV cleaning that kills 99% of bacteria.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed without seeing a doctor or having a hearing test.
Join over 500,000 happy customers today and get the hearing you deserve.
Call 1-800-260-4312 or go to audionhearing.com to get your pair of Audion hearing aids starting at just $189.
In the sunshine of your
Continuing coverage this afternoon of Eclipse Day across America as it moves northeast across the lower 48 this afternoon. Eclipse Mania building in Indianapolis, one of several major cities, in the eclipse's direct path. It will be in the zone of totality, as they call it. That's where we find our Jonathan Hunt. Jonathan, how excited are they to see today's eclipse?
Well, I think I'm probably the most excited current resident of Indianapolis, but I'm joined by around 50,000 or so of my closest friends here, John, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What a spectacular venue to witness what will be an extraordinary event. And as you can probably make out from a shot there, the skies at the moment are completely clear, so I feel sorry for my dear friend Casey Stiegel down in Dallas, who may have the eclipse there obscured by clouds. But right now, here in Indy, it is looking like a perfect day to be in the path of totality. And as you can hear, this crowd really, really excited to witness this. It'll be just about 3:06 p.m. That we go into the total eclipse here in Indianapolis. We're expecting it to last just about 3 minutes and 49 seconds at this point. It will be, according to those who've experienced a total eclipse in person before, a physical reaction, but also I think for a lot of people, John, a spiritual one. And when you see all the people who have come here for an event like this, and you see all the people watching, not just right across the United States, but all around the world, we have so much dividing us right now, not just here, but globally. To have this one event unifying so many people is an extraordinary thing in itself. And I, like everybody here, the tens of thousands who are here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, are just thrilled to be here, John, and we cannot wait to see the sun, which is right above me right now, disappear behind the moon, John.
Not too long from now, Jonathan, as we're looking on the left-hand side of our screen, you can see that already in Kerrville, Texas, the moon has started to obscure the sun, so it is headed your way. Thank you, Jonathan. We'll get back to you.
That's a really fun venue out there in Indy. So whether you are in the path of totality or not, or you're just viewing the eclipse partially, you are in the path of totality or you're just viewing the eclipse partially, it's really, really, really important to protect your eyes, right? So NASA recommends using certified eclipse glasses to prevent severe eye injury. So let's bring in now Dr. Nicole Bayich. She's an ophthalmologist at Cleveland Clinic, and we're going to talk about America's total eclipse now, Doctor. My sister actually works at the Cleveland Clinic, a very fine institution indeed. I want to just ask you, John was talking about earlier how when we were kids, you know, we didn't have these really cool special glasses, and, you know, John would just look up really fast and see it and then look down, look up. People are going to try to do this today. How quickly can you damage your eyes if you try that method?
Yes, so we generally recommend that you only do direct viewing of the eclipse with the eclipse safety glasses with the ISO 12312-2 filter. It's only during the complete totality, when the moon is completely covering the sun, that you can look. But again, not everyone's in totality, so you need to make sure that you're in the path of totality.
So Doctor, what kind of damage can be done to your retina? Because my understanding is that there are no pain receptors. As we watch the moon now covering almost half the sun there in Mazatlan, Mexico, there are no pain receptors in your retina, so you don't actually know that you're being injured.
Correct. So this damage is painless. And you might not even notice it right away. It can take time for it to set in, so that's why we're so passionate about making sure you prevent it. Additionally, we don't have good treatments for it either, so it's really more of a wait and see if it resolves. And for some people, it doesn't resolve. It's permanent.
Ooh.
Is there a sign or a way to tell pretty fairly quickly that you have damaged it? And is there another way to view this for, I imagine there's a lot of folks out there that could not get their hands on these dang glasses. They're so hard to find. Is there another way to view them? Can you view it through a telescope? Can you view it through a camera? How can people watch this?
So, great questions. You can use a pinhole projector, so it could be a really fun do-it-yourself activity at home to indirectly view the eclipse. And you know, that's what we recommend, you know, if you can't get your hands on the eclipse glasses. But actually, a lot of local libraries have been giving it for free. So, you know, check out your resources near you.
So, Doc, how would somebody know if they've got some damage to their retina, and when should they go seek some help?
So we recommend that everyone come in as soon as they notice that there is an issue. Some people may notice, you know, very quickly after the inciting incident, but for some people it can take time. So, you know, just come in to see us. You know, if you're having any issues, we're always happy to help.
Did you, I don't know where you were the last eclipse, 2017. Did you feel like you got an uptick in patients coming in afterwards saying, Doc, I made a mistake. I looked up, I looked too long.
Yes, so I was actually in residency, so I was in my surgical training for ophthalmology in Chicago, and, you know, there was a lot of excitement, and, you know, we did unfortunately see a few cases, but there are also people that came in nervous that they had damaged their eyes, but they were actually fortunately okay. So no matter what comes our way this week, we're ready for you. So
I guess a big question a lot of people might have, Doc, is how long do you have to look at the sun in clear skies in order to get damage to your retina?
So it can happen in as little as a few seconds. So that's why, you know, as soon as you see the sun's peeking behind the moon again, you know, immediately look away.
Right. Okay. But there is a moment during the zone of totality that you can actually look at it without glasses on, correct?
Yes. So the American Academy of Ophthalmology does say that you can briefly look, you know, during totality. So that's when there is no direct sun. You're just seeing the moon completely block the sun, so you can see the corona around it. That is the only period. But again, not all of us are going to be in the path of totality, so it's really important to check to make sure, you know, if you're going to be able to experience that or not.
Really important, too, if you have kids or if you are around a lot of kids right now, just to make sure that they're also following rules. I definitely remember being a kid and, you know, in grade school and getting to watch. This is a lot of fun, but you got to keep an eye on those kids.
See, it wasn't so long ago that you were a kid. For me, it's a lot longer. So.
Dr. Bayich, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Stay safe out there.
Thanks, Doctor. She makes a very good point, though, because we're talking about the zone of totality. that runs from Eagle Pass, Texas, all the way up into Maine. But outside of that, the sun is not going to go away at all. You know, here in Washington, D.C., it's going to be covered about 85 to 88%. But the sun will always be glaring past the moon. So you've got to be very careful at that moment if you're not completely in the zone of totality about looking up.
There is that, she mentioned the pin needle method.
The pinhole,
okay,
yes.
Okay, I think that what she was talking about is the shoebox. So there is a way, if you have a shoebox at home, you can just YouTube it. There is a way to make your own glasses. You're not actually looking at the sun, you're looking away.
It's sort of projected.
But you do get to see it. Right. Yeah, there is a way. There's time.
All right, well, as we see the sun moving across, or the moon moving across the sun in Mazatlan, Mexico, excitement's building in New York City as people gather to watch the eclipse. We've got a party going on in Fox Square where our Fox weather meteorologist Nick Toser is standing by. Nick, just a few minutes to go before the fun starts there.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these two every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need without the stuff you don't. So, here's to now.
Boost! Experience the most ungentlemanly movie of the year.
I'm in.
From the director of The Gentleman and the producer of Top Gun Maverick. Based on the true story, The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Rated R, April 19th.
Your best days of the year start here at Kubota Orange Days. It's the year's biggest selection of Kubota tractors, zero-turn mowers, and utility vehicles, including the #1 selling compact tractor in the USA. Plus the year's best deals, like 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,300 off select compact tractors. Orange goes all day. Sales ending soon. Visit your local dealer today. Find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Vinyl windows seem to be a typical choice here in the local area. Some companies even advertise high-quality vinyl. Ann Romer here. Before you invest in vinyl windows, listen to what Michael Smith of Renewal by Andersen has to say.
With our temperature swings, vinyl tends to warp, which causes condensation between the panes and drafts. And most vinyl windows just look very low-end to begin with. Our customers don't want that.
And what are Renewal by Andersen's windows made of?
Our windows are made out of a thermopolymer composite material called Fibrex. It's beautiful like wood, but it doesn't require the maintenance of wood. And we engineered it to be 2 times stronger than vinyl. So you're getting a window that will really last.
Now this is innovation. You have a feature on your windows that allows for a better view.
Our TrueScene screens are made out of an ultra-fine stainless steel mesh, which is virtually invisible. You get less dirt buildup, more fresh air circulation, and a better view out of your windows.
Now, if we're talking about comfort, how much does the glass matter?
The glass in a window makes a huge difference. Our high-performance, low E4 Smart Sun glass is infused with silver oxide. It's engineered to help keep the cold air outside in the winter and keep the warm air outside in the summer. It also blocks 95% of the harmful UV rays that fade your furniture and your hardwood floors.
Well, that's impressive, Michael. Thank you. And right now, Renewal by Andersen has a great offer for homeowners.
Before April 30th, buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Plus, save an extra $30 on every window and door you buy with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 1 year. This offer ends April 30th. For a free appointment with Renewal by Andersen, call 1-800-704-4200. That's 1-800-704-4200.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at Licorice.com have 50-plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at Licorice.com.
This is our future, Ma. GoDaddy Aero. Creates a logo, website, even social posts in minutes.
Oh, AI. AI like it. Who wants to come see the future?
Get your business online in minutes with GoDaddy Aero.
Are you or a loved one a military veteran that has been diagnosed with mesothelioma? Do you have questions about getting the best treatment or paying medical bills? Have you received the proper care and compensation you deserve? Let our firm serve you with the same dedication you served your country. We are exclusively devoted to helping those with mesothelioma. Call now to get this free book, and we'll answer any question you have. We'll even visit you.
Call 800-555-4026 or go to mesobook.com.
Clouds in the forecast for much of New York State today, but that is not stopping millions of people from trying to find a great spot to view the event. Though it's not completely in the path of totality, New York City will see about 90% coverage in a couple of hours. Nate Foy is live on the deck of the USS Intrepid. And Nate, you don't have the beautiful clear skies that we have here in Washington, D.C., but a lot of folks are gathered there on the Intrepid. How many people are you counting there?
Well, it's tough to predict exactly how many people, John, but we do know that they're handing out about 6,000 pairs of these eclipse glasses. So a lot of people are expected to come. They held a watch party for the 2017 partial eclipse, and they said it was packed here. So that will be starting here at 2 o'clock, so a little bit over or under a half hour from now. That viewing event will begin with a tour guide answering questions. Whatever people ask about the eclipse, he's here to answer it. In New York City, we're expecting the effects to start at about 2:51. The peak will be at 3:25 and will last for roughly a minute. It will have a big impact on the environment with animals being very confused. It's going to shift wind patterns with a temperature drop. Obviously, it's really cool for all of us to look at it, but it will cause some confusion for animals. Listen to this.
Animals will start to change their behavior, that all of a sudden will think it's night. You'll see birds flying back to their nests. Your dogs might be running around the house wondering what to do. You might, if you're not in an urban area, you might hear crickets start to chirp.
Yeah, I doubt we're going to hear those crickets in New York City, John. But New York is one of the states in the path of totality. Cities like Buffalo, Rochester, Niagara Falls, they will see the total solar eclipse. It's the first one in New York in over 99 years. Up to 385,000 people are expected to travel to New York to look at the eclipse. New York City Mayor Eric Adams tweeted out some do's and don'ts this afternoon for New Yorkers. He's reminding everybody to wear the proper eclipse glasses, as we've been talking about, and also to keep your headlights on if you're driving, particularly at 3:25 here in New York when it's going to be the darkest, and also to make sure that you don't stop. You can slow down, but don't stop if you're driving on the roadways at that time. But meanwhile, back out here live, John, the anticipation builds here on board the USS Intrepid as that viewing party is set to start in about a half an hour. And they mentioned the 2017 partial eclipse. This one is supposed to be even more spectacular, so a lot of people are really excited about it. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Looking forward to that. Nate Foy with the latest update for us. Nate, thank you so much. I'll be interested to see if the frogs in my neighbor's garden fountain go off at about 3 o'clock this afternoon, as they do every night.
Are you cracking up at all the advice that we're given right now? I mean, it's just basic common sense,
yes,
people.
Don't look at the sun.
Fox Weather is also hosting this big eclipse watch party in Fox Square in New York City. That is where we find meteorologist Nick Koser. Nick, I have been looking around with my glasses. I don't see any aliens yet, so we're on the right path. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of excitement about the eclipse here in New York City. Even though it's just going to be a partial eclipse here in the Big Apple, that's okay. People are trying to find their best vantage point. A lot of folks going into Central Park, and they're going to the nearest library or museum in their area. I've got my new friend here, and you said that you've seen an eclipse before, and it was a good experience.
Yeah, years ago. Interested to see what happens here. I'm just out for a little bit of lunch, and hopefully I'll be able to make it out later when the moon starts moving.
Gotcha. The last time you saw the eclipse, was it something that you've been able to remember as kind of a core memory, or did it not blow you away? Are you hoping that this one's a little bit better?
I don't think it was as big as everybody's making this one out to be, but we'll see.
All right. Well, listen, enjoy your Fox weather koozie, and stay safe. Make sure you're wearing your glasses today, all right?
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, we're out here giving away Fox weather swag. We've got koozies. We've got You want one? Come on by. Here, look. This is how it works. Fox weather. We're so generous. Are you guys excited for the eclipse?
We are.
Where are you guys going to go to watch?
Outside from the office.
Oh, okay. Oh, you don't want that one. Oh. Thank you, guys. Enjoy. Yeah. All right, so listen. Maximum coverage here in New York is going to be about 3:25, and that's where we anticipate everything to get the most dark here in New York. It'll be about 90% coverage, and it'll be very interesting. Back in 2017, I went through about an 85% coverage eclipse in Charlotte. Things got dark, it got a little eerie and weird, so we're looking forward to that, and we'll see what kind of pictures and videos we can get later.
We like weird, Nick. Nick, did you create an eclipse dance for this special occasion?
I did. Look, I'm calling this one, I don't know if you've ever heard of the sprinkler, but this is the eclipse watcher. That's what I'm calling this.
Okay, go for it. Oh, yes, Nick. Just keep doing that.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
The entire time, keep doing that. Thank you so much, Nick. You're the best.
You know it.
We got to try that.
You don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime total solar eclipse. On Monday, April 8th, you might get to witness a total solar eclipse that only happens in a particular location once every 375 years.
TikTok star is chasing the rare total eclipse in New England after years of sharing his love for astronomy online. We're getting a first-hand look at the plans that he has for the celestial event in Maine, coming up next.
Hi, guys. Bill, you look great. Now that I have Inspire, I'm free from struggling with the mask and the hose. Inspire? Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment that works inside my body with a click of this button.
Where you going? I'm going to get Inspired.
Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Right now, pet dander, skin cells, and dirt are settling deep into your carpet fibers. Stanley Steamer removes the dirt you see and the dirt you don't. Your carpets aren't clean until they're Stanley Steamer clean.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. Otezla can help you get clear skin. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla had depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headaches may occur.
Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Right now, you'll save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and so much more. All backed by our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. And for a limited time, when you go to omahasteaks.com/TV, you'll get 12 Omaha Steaks burgers free with your order. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today and save big on the quality you deserve.
Can peace of mind fit into just 3 fruits and 3 veggie supplements? Yes. We start by sourcing the best fruit and vegetable ingredients. We ensure that all our produce meets our rigorous standards in order to give you the highest quality product possible. They are then washed, cut, and put through an advanced vacuum cold process that removes the water using pressure. We then take great care in grinding them into a fine powder. These powdered ingredients are then mixed and encapsulated, locking out air and moisture. The capsules are then bottled and shipped right to your door so you can experience your own personal balance of nature success story.
I've looked at other supplements out there, and they don't have what Balance of Nature has.
Balance of Nature really was the game changer. I'm serious, it works.
It is a great product. Otherwise, I wouldn't be taking it.
Get 35% off and $10 off any additional sets as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Only from SimpliSafe, 24/7 lifeguard protection. This exclusive technology allows SimpliSafe agents to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. Police are on their way.
For instant intruder deterrence and faster police response, there's no safe like SimpliSafe.
From pep in their step to shine in their coat. When people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
When these business owners need cash fast, they turn to Biz2 Credit to fund what's next. From fitness studios to medical offices and every small business in between, we've got you covered.
Whether you need new equipment, funds to expand, or need money to cover unforeseen business expenses, Biz2 Credit is the trusted partner for your small business funding needs. Scan the code on your screen now or go to biz2credit.com to apply. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Welcome back to special live coverage of America's total eclipse. We're still waiting for the song Total Eclipse of My Heart to play.
Little
waiting
Bonnie
for
Tyler
that
for
a
you this
little
afternoon.
bit.
We'll get that.
We are so excited. It is happening already down in Texas. I think it's just started in Indiana, the Midwest, where all my folks are.
I can see that you're not excited about this at all. So,
I am thrilled.
So up here, the sun is very strong right now, unlike what we're seeing there on NASA TV. Is that an indication that the sun is completely covered? Oh, there it is.
Wow.
Now it's coming back.
Wow.
So we're about 2/3 of the way across, and that's in Torreon, Mexico, which is just a little bit inland from Mazatlan, which are the pictures that we've been showing you. NASA TV has also been showing us pictures from Kerrville, Texas, which is a little bit northwest of San Antonio. So this is rapidly making its way into the United States. We haven't yet had a complete zone of totality in Mazatlan, to the best of my knowledge. It'll go dark there very, very soon. And then it will go across Mexico, short trip into Texas, where folks in Texas are going to get the best show. Unfortunately, it's a lot of cloud cover there because that's when the shadow of the moon will be going the slowest in the United States, and the path of totality will be the widest. It'll be going about 1,500 miles an hour, the shadow of the moon. The path of totality will be about 120 miles, and the duration of darkness will be about 4.5 minutes. It speeds up the further northeast it goes, so that when it eventually leaves the coast of Maine, it'll be going about 3,000 miles an hour. The zone of totality will be smaller, maybe 105, 110 miles, and the duration of darkness will only be in the 3.5 minute range.
Can I tell you my favorite thing that I've learned so far? I've learned a lot about the solar eclipse today, okay? I've been Googling a lot. My favorite thing is all the really cool things that scientists are going to learn about this, because what happens during the solar eclipse is the star systems that are behind or just near the sun, we don't normally see because the sun blows them out. So we're actually going to finally get to see some of those star systems, and that gives us some time, even though it's a couple minutes, to take a look at them. And apparently the solar eclipse, the total solar eclipse, John, in 1919 actually helped scientists prove Einstein's theory of general relativity, because they could finally see the stars and sort of measure where they were in relation to the sun. That's incredible. That was just 100 years ago.
The other thing you get a great look at as well that you don't normally get to look at if you're a scientist is the corona of the sun, because typically the sun is so bright you don't see the area of hot plasma gas that surrounds it. So in a moment of totality, when the moon completely blocks the sun, you can see that dimmer corona around the side. But make sure you look at it with your glasses.
We deserve a PhD in something for that. Hey guys, the solar eclipse making its way across the country. We're looking at the spiritual meaning behind this phenomenon too. A lot of folks out there, this is very, very important to them. It's a big sign for them. That story next.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away.
You know that thing your family does? Someone made it a thing back in the day. But where did it come from? And how did it get all the way to you? See for yourself at Ancestry.
We got the house! We did!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. I was on a journey for a really long time to find some relief. Cosentix works for me.
Cosentix helps real people get real relief from the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis, serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections. Some fatal have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
I move so much better because of Cosentix.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Hi, I'm William Devane. Did you know there's only been 2 times in American history, 2, when the national debt was larger than gross domestic product? World War II, and right now. That's a deep hole, and I don't know how we'll climb out of it. That's why I buy gold from Roslyn Capital. Roslyn Capital is a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Lady Liberty gold and silver proofs, and premium coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Roslyn Capital to receive your free Roslyn Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and Silver Brochure. With Roslyn, there are no gimmicks, no hassles, and they have fast, reliable shipping. Ask yourself, are you safe? Make gold your new standard.
Call Roslyn Capital today at 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
The state of the 2024 race.
You will decide the fate of our country.
Vivek Ramaswamy and Newt Gingrich weigh in on the election latest tonight on Hannity.
Did you know? Identity theft cases have increased over the last 5 years, and tax fraud ranks among the top 5 types of identity theft. Taxes are stressful enough. Don't let identity theft add to your worries. PCmatic provides complete protection from online threats, including identity theft. Just visit PCmatic.com.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue, and stop further joint damage. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie could help you save.
Now.
Okay, let's bring back in Jonathan Hunt as we follow this eclipse as it works its way from Mexico all the way across the country up to the northeast. Jonathan is following the eclipse movements from Indianapolis, where I used to live and work for so many years. What a great town. I'm a Hoosier, Jonathan, so lucky you to be surrounded by all those Hoosiers behind you, and what a great venue, too, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. How's it looking out there?
Spectacular place to be. It is amazing to be here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We've got our drone up right now, actually, piloted by Jason Scanlon. Take a look at the crowd that has gathered here. They told us probably in the region of 50,000 people would be joining us here at the Motor Speedway. It appears that we probably are heading very close to that, and they are still streaming in by the thousands from outside in the plaza. Obviously, everybody delighted at the prospect of enjoying this eclipse as a communal event. It's a cosmic coincidence, as NASA puts it. The moon moving across the face of the sun, giving us, at least in Indiana, and on the path of totality right across the United States, complete darkness. It's something that will unite everybody, I think, physically, spiritually. It's a spectacular moment that we're going to witness here. So all of these people wanted to come here, they wanted to be together, they wanted to feel the sense of community and the sense of wonder at what will be an extraordinary show by the moon, the sun, and the earth. It's going to be really spectacular. We're super excited for it to be going on here. There's a whole lot of science related to it all as well. I don't understand any of that, frankly. When I started hearing everybody talk about Corona the other day, I thought we were just going to get free beer here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But there's serious science as well. NASA has got people out here in force. They'll explain all of that to us. Me and my tens of thousands of friends just are excited for that moment. 3:06 p.m., we are told, is when we will get the total eclipse here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and will be fully dark for about 3 minutes and 49 seconds. I cannot wait. Back to you
Jonathan,
guys.
I'm gonna text my friend, the president of IMS, Doug Bowles, and I'm gonna make sure he delivers a Corona to you right now.
Better a Corona
Thank
beer
you very
than
much. It'll be much appreciated.
Better a Corona beer than a coronavirus.
Yeah. We don't need
So, Jonathan, things are used to going fast there. Things are used to going fast there at Indianapolis. By the time the eclipse and the shadow get there, it'll be going more than 2,000 miles an hour. So the folks won't get the same show as people will in Texas. But it's still going to be quite a show because it should go almost pitch black there.
Yeah, and it's, you know, we've got perfect weather conditions right now. It's a couple of wispy clouds up in the sky, but nothing more than that. And I think they're going to have a fair bit of cloud in lots of parts of Texas. I hate to rain on Casey Stiegel's parade, but this is the place to be, obviously. We are going to have the full show right here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Talking of speed, by the way, John, we've already had some of the cars going past here. Indy 500, obviously, coming up in just about 6 weeks, I think, if my math is correct, which it usually isn't. But so there's been a lot of speed on display here, and this is just a spectacular venue. And I have to say, IMS has done a great job of putting this show on. Mother Nature's about to do an even better one.
Jonathan, they just need to give you a beer and a ride in that beautiful Corvette behind you as the eclipse is happening. I don't think you could ever top that ever again.
That's for sure. I'll be getting in one of those as soon as I can. Beer in hand.
Thanks, John. We'll get back to you as the sun progresses. I took a quick look at the sun up behind us, and we also used that app that we both got.
Oh, yes. Okay, so you guys at home, there are so many wonderful apps out there. This is the one that I use. It's called Skyview Lite. And it's not an astrology, but you know, you see the constellations, but you can actually hold it up and see where the other planets are. And this is a good time too to watch the other planets. Yep. Saturn's right there. Jupiter's right.
The moon's getting close to the sun.
It is.
We got to wrap for a commercial. We'll be right back on the other side.
Hey there. Are you looking to grow closer to God? Dive deeper into prayer? Listen, it doesn't matter if you've never prayed before or if you're praying every day. God wants you to grow a little closer to Him, to give you a little more of His peace. He's here with you now. Let Him in. Join me and millions of others on the #1 prayer app in the world, Hallow. Let's grow a little closer to Jesus together. Try Hallow for free today.
Make your first move with battery power made by steel. Right now, save $50 on the FSA 57 battery trimmer set. Real steel. Find yours.
Veteran homeowners. Car payments are getting out of control. Get a new Day 100 VA cash-out loan at lower mortgage rates to pay off those high-rate car loans.
Call 1-888-928-2079.
Attention former Marines and family members stationed to Camp Lejeune. If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, for at least 30 days from August 1953 to December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, had a child born with birth defects, or been diagnosed with fertility issues or more, significant compensation may be available. Call Legal Injury Advocates now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water at Camp Lejeune during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals. Legal Injury Advocates has extensive experience helping you to get the maximum compensation you deserve. Don't wait until it's too late. See if you qualify today. You're not alone in this fight, and there are no upfront costs to begin your journey to justice. The call is completely free, and we're available 24 hours a day. Call Legal Injury Advocates to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-885-5599 or visit www.lia.legal. That's 1-800-885-5599. Call now.
I will never again lose to my brother, decided Isa, because I've switched to consumer cellular, and now I get the same coverage he's got for up to half the cost.
I'm the one who wins.
Birds, when freedom calls, we're here to answer.
At St. Jude, we don't care who cures cancer, we just need to advance the cure. It's a bold initiative to try and bump cure rates all around the world, but it is our commitment. We need to do this.
Known for following your dreams. Known for keeping with tradition. Known for discovering new places. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 16 types of cancer, including certain early stage and advanced cancers. One of those cancers is early stage non-small cell lung cancer. Keytruda may be used with certain chemotherapies before surgery when you have early stage lung cancer, which can be removed by surgery, and then continued alone after surgery to help prevent your lung cancer from coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, headache, light sensitivity, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems. If you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant, receive chest radiation, or have a nervous system problem.
Keytruda is an immunotherapy and is also being studied in hundreds of clinical trials exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you.
Live look at Mexico, where we are now less than 10 minutes away from totality. You can see that the shadow of the moon is just about covering all of the sun there. And very soon we're going to see that moment that they call the diamond ring, which is really, really special part of these eclipses, where you see just a shiver or a slim sliver of sunlight, and then a little kind of focal point right there that looks like a diamond on the end of a ring. That's
like
just moments away now.
Eye of Sauron from Lord of the Rings.
You know, I'm channeling Manfred Mann. You know, I'm channeling Manfred Mann in the Earth Band, Blinded by the Light. You know.
That too.
Mama always told me not to look into the eyes of the sun, but Mama, that's where the fun is.
Mama, that's why we've got these cool glasses where we can't see a thing when you just look at normal stuff. But
when you look into the sun, you see it all.
Absolutely.
I'm John Roberts. Good to be with you on the roof today.
Yes, I'm Aisha Hasni, and for Sandra Smith today, this is America Reports. We are on the roof of our beautiful D.C. bureau. Very windy here in Washington, D.C., but beautiful, nearly clear skies. It's a patchy group of clouds out there. We are the lucky ones, and we've got our eyes on the sky for you as you all at home are about to witness a partial eclipse or a total eclipse, depending on where you are. Those in more than a dozen states, though, from Texas to Maine, they're going to see the big show, John, like the big event, the totality.
Oh, of course, this all comes down to the weather. Cloudy skies could spell trouble for viewing for some people, particularly in the Deep South. We've got a jam-packed hour with our Fox team of coverage across the path of totality here. We kick it all off and go back to Jonathan Hunt, who's live in Indianapolis. Jonathan, you should probably start to see the very first images there of the moon beginning to cross in front of the sun. What's it like there for you?
Yeah, we're expecting the moon to begin that creep across the sun any moment now. We got about 50,000 people here in the stands with us. We've also got our drone pilot, Jason Scanlon, with us. So we're going to launch the drone and give you the most spectacular shot of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the thousands of people who have turned up here for what will be an extraordinary event. And it looks at the moment, if you look at the path of totality right across the U.S., we appear to be in a position where we may have the best weather of anybody in the country for this viewing. So a very, very excited crowd here. Indianapolis has seen tens of thousands of people come into the city beyond those who live here for this opportunity. And what an opportunity it is to be here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and witness an extraordinary natural event, the cosmic coincidence, as NASA officials have called it, as the moon moves across the face of the sun. So we are just about an hour and, say, 3 minutes away from totality here, John and Aisha. It'll be an extraordinary moment, and, you know, I think nobody knows how they're going to react. I've never been in a total eclipse before. I don't know, like, the physical reaction you get, the spiritual reaction you get. Is this crowd going to go wild wild and cheer, or does everybody go silent in the face of that spectacle? So it will be a beautiful moment one way or another. And by the way, Aisha, you are still a huge celebrity here. Every single person in this 50,000 person crowd wishes it was you here rather than me, but they're stuck with me for today, I'm afraid.
Oh, I miss them too. I love being a Hoosier, and hello to everybody out there. Jonathan, I think you might turn into a werewolf if you look at it too long.
I'll try not. Well, my mother might say I turned into a werewolf a long time ago. But we've all got the glasses. I've got mine at the ready here, obviously. We will only be looking with the use of these things because that is the only safe way to do it. Everybody right across the country, whether you've got the total eclipse that we're going to see here, or you've got 40%, say, out in California, where Governor Gavin Newsom's policies have left them only with 40%. I'm joking, Governor, please do not call me. It's nothing to do with your policies. It's nature. But wherever you are, wear the glasses. Aisha and John, back to you.
All right, Jonathan, as we watch in Mazatlan, Mexico, where the moon has just about entirely covered the sun. Now, typically, in an eclipse, as we approach this zone of totality here, you'll see what are called Bailey's beads as the sunlight shines through the valleys of the moon just before it completely obscures the sun. But the fact that the moon is very close to the Earth this time, unlike in, let's say, an annular eclipse in which the moon doesn't fully cover the sun, we may not get the same effect. This will be interesting to see because we are expecting in areas like Mazatlan and in Del Rio, Eagle Pass, Dallas, Indianapolis, for the moon to completely cover the sun, so we may not see those phenomena like Bailey's beads and the diamond ring that we've seen in the past.
I'm way more interested in what happens here on planet Earth, like how everything starts to react, right? Once the wind starts to calm down and the temperature starts to cool off, it starts to feel like dusk is happening and animals and plant life. How does everything react? I can't wait to see that.
I'd love to see a shot on the ground there in Mazatlan to see just how dark it really is, because look at that. There goes the sun. It's gone.
Wow. There it is, guys. That is totality right there, and I think it's the first one to go there in Mexico. It just disappeared. Now, I thought I could see a little bit of the corona, but you can hardly see it, John. Just a little bit of light emanating from the surrounding of the moon. But really, you can hardly see the corona coming out of that.
Yeah, it's very bright up here on the roof, and we can't fully see that monitor. Maybe folks at home can see a little more than we can up here from our vantage point. But it's night, basically, in Mazatlan.
That's it, guys.
If you're a turtle, it's time to go find a mate.
That is what we were waiting for. And look at that already in just a few. I want to know how quickly that moon is moving. Maybe we can ask our science guy.
It's about 1,500 miles an hour right now. So the shadow of the moon
in the next couple of minutes, yeah, we'll start to see that corona a little bit more. But wow, look at that. It is now, it looks like midnight. It looks like 11 p.m. in Mexico for those folks down there. I wonder what they're feeling, how eerie that is, standing there just looking up at the sun, and how that would have been like so many years ago, 1,000 years ago, to see this happen in the middle of the day. Oh my goodness.
Well, you know, I was just going this morning over a lot of the movies that have been made that include, and we start there to see now, there's the diamond ring. That's what we're looking for. I was going over all the movies that have been made where somebody is about to be sacrificed or whatever, and they knew that there was an eclipse coming, so they predict that the sun is going to go away, and the sun goes away, and suddenly they're proclaimed to God, they're saved from sacrifice, and they go on to lead the people.
Well, in so many ways, I think this is a sign, whether you're religious or not.
Look at that, you can see the corona now.
Yeah, wow, incredible.
So beautiful.
I think this is such a spectacular sign of how expansive and how phenomenal our universe is. And what we were talking to our astronaut.
Look at that, you can see the coronal ejections there. See those bright spots?
You think?
Yeah, those are, you can see them on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see them at the top left. Those are prominences, small ones, that are coming out of the corona of the sun. That's 2 billion degree plasma. And you don't normally get a chance to see that because the sun is so bright that it obscures it. But now with the moon covering the sun, you get to see that incredible show.
John,
wow, that's amazing.
This is spectacular. This is such an awe-inspiring moment for so many of us that, you know, obviously this is a very predictable event. We knew this was coming. But when you are witnessing it live, when you are there on the ground, and it will happen for so many millions of Americans here soon, when you're standing there looking up above, you kind of have an out-of-body experience. I mean, you have to, because this is so unnatural, and it happens so rarely. And how perfect, John. You can't make this up. How perfect for the moon to be just the right size.
That's amazing. Look at you, about 4 o'clock. You've got a little bit of a coronal prominence there. You know, this is stuff that we never get a chance to see. Obviously, the Hubble and the Webb telescopes can pick it up. But this is something that you never get to see with the naked eye.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I want to bring in, if we can stay on this picture, let's bring in Andrew Fazekas. He's a columnist for the National Geographic, author of Stargazer's Atlas. He's known as the night sky guy, so he can talk to us about all of this. We're watching this along with you here in Mexico, as the folks there are just witnessing just an incredible moment here. A once-in-a-lifetime, really, for a lot of people, experience. Give me just your experience in having seen total eclipses. I mean, what is your favorite part about this? Mine certainly is just watching everybody else on the ground and how they react.
You know, it is. You know, of course, all the action appears to be happening in the sky with the totality, as we're seeing it playing out in Mexico right now. And there's also a show happening, you know, back here on Earth. So there's so many eclipse parties. There's so many large congregations of people that are going to be watching this together. There's this electricity that happens. There's it's a visceral experience. It's a multi-sensory experience. It's unlike anything that we are used to seeing. Yeah, we may see it on Hollywood movies and stuff like that, but to actually experience it with your own eyes, feel the temperature drop when totality happens. It's like you can hear animals that you normally come out in the evening time at twilight. They start being active. It really is an amazing experience, unlike anything else. And I've experienced it before with my family. It's an amazing family event. And even my wife was like teary-eyed watching it because it's so profound. It's very hard to put into words of what it really is like to watch totality, but it's amazing that so many people are experiencing it today. People's traveled from so far from around the world to see this, to be in the path. It's amazing. It brings people together.
And Andrew, what we're about to see here, after getting a beautiful view from NASA TV of the corona and you know, a lot of coronal activity, now we're seeing the other side of the diamond ring, where you will see a very slim sliver of light around the edge of the moon, and then a kind of a really shiny spot that people call the diamond in the diamond ring as the moon moves across. Mazatlan will say goodbye to the area of totality, and now folks who are in Texas and on up through the rest of the Ohio River Valley will get a chance to see it soon. But why is this so beneficial for scientists when the moon is completely covering the sun and all you see is the coronal activity there?
Well, John, yeah, you alluded to this before. The outer atmosphere of the sun is something that we don't quite understand of what's going on, particularly the idea that the temperatures are so crazy hot. I mean, it's like millions of degrees hotter than the surface of the sun. And this is a big question, a physics question of how is that possible? How is it superheated? And the only time that scientists can study this is those precious few moments of totality. The one like we just witnessed happen in Mexico and will be happening across our nation and into Canada as well. It's that precious few 2, 3, 4 minutes. They station themselves there, the scientists do, under the path of totality, and they use their instruments to examine the corona. The ecosystem of the sun, there's still so many mysteries, and it's these kind of special celestial events that helps unlock those solar mysteries for us.
Hey, Andrew, just from our rooftop here in Washington, D.C., I just put our glasses on. I'm looking up at the sun. The moon has started to cross the sun here in Washington, D.C. We're not going to get totality here. We'll get about 88%, but still, it's a heck of a show.
And Andrew, and by the way, everyone at home, I got so excited that I started to look up at the sky without putting my glasses on. So just learn a lesson from me and don't do that. Andrew, I imagine NASA is taking a bajillion pictures of the star systems that are beside the sun right now and learning so much about, you know, those systems. Can you just talk to Americans briefly about how rare this is? Because there are people out there that are thinking, oh, well, who cares? It's the moon. It's the moon.
It's going to get dark for a little while.
Yeah, who cares? This happens all the time. How rare is this event when we think about, we don't know of any other event like this in the universe where a moon aligns with a planet and a star in this way, do we?
No, I mean, this is so unique to our planet. I mean, it really is. It's an amazing coincidence that the moon and the sun, and the way they're oriented and they line up. Just remember this: the sun happens to be 400 times larger than the moon, but it also happens to be 400 times farther away than the moon. That's why their two disks in the sky appear almost exactly the same size, and why we have eclipses. And by the way, science has shown us that in the distant past of our planet, we're talking millions of years ago, the moon was closer to our planet. And so we did have eclipses, but they weren't like this. We weren't able to see the corona or anything like that. Would never have been visible millions of years ago, because the moon was much bigger in the sky than the sun. And in the future, hundreds of thousands of years from now, the moon is going to slowly move away from the Earth, the larger distance between our two bodies, where the moon will be smaller than the disk of the sun, and we will never have total eclipses like this ever again. Don't worry, it's going to still happen for a few 100,000 years, but it's going.
Okay.
We know that we're so lucky to be in this epoch, right?
Yeah, well, our kids may have to worry about it, but at least we don't. So we're looking at Torreon, Mexico, and this is great because we're going to see this eclipse is not going to last 4.5 minutes. This eclipse is going to last 3 hours or so, because we're seeing now, Andrew, in Torreon, Mexico, we're about to get the same zone of totality that we just had in Mazatlan. We are also looking in Texas, where the moon is covering about 3/4 of the sun. So we are going to have an unbelievable catbird seat view of this from the coast of Mexico and the Pacific all the way up to the coast of Maine and the Atlantic. This is going to be amazing.
And it's amazing you guys have these amazing footage from across, from different geographical regions. I mean, I know it's not the same to virtually see it, but for me here, I'm in Montreal, Canada, looking at your footage here as totality is going from one place to the next. It's incredible. Now I'm getting even more excited for when I get to see this.
And you'll be right on the edge of totality there on the Ile de Montreal, as I saw it.
Absolutely.
In terms of where. There we just got the diamond ring. Wow. In Torreon. Oh, that's so beautiful. And now we'll get a shot of the corona as well. Well, Andrew, we wish you a lot of luck in your eclipse viewing. You do have a terrific seat there, and we hope it's everything you're expecting it to be, and we hope that the skies stay clear for you.
Thanks, guys. I wish everyone clear skies.
All right.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, let's take a look here, because NASA, they are so, look at that.
Wow.
You got a green corona now.
Stunning.
From Torreon. Wow, look at how beautiful that is. That's incredible.
That is incredible, and it's very interesting to see how it looks a little different in different places wherever you are, and I wonder if that's the atmosphere of the Earth, the lighting. I'm not sure. I'm not a science whiz, but that is very interesting and beautiful there in Torreon, Mexico.
NASA does such a spectacular job of covering things like this. They get pictures that nobody else could possibly have. We've got a camera with a special filter that's pointed up at the sun. Can you see anything over there? Can we take the camera here in Washington, D.C.? We'll just give you an idea, maybe put it side by side with what we're seeing in Torreon, Mexico, because as Aisha was saying earlier, it looks like, there you go, that's Washington, D.C., where the Cookie Monster is taking a little bite out of the sun there.
And we're going to put our glasses on, too.
As the moon starts to come close.
As we now look up.
We should point out that it's been a pretty cloudless sky here in Washington, D.C. almost all day, but now some light clouds are blowing in, so it's obscuring it just a little bit there on the right-hand side of your screen. We are not going to get the beautiful shot here in Washington that you see in Torreon, Mexico, because we're only going to have about 88% coverage of the moon, but we should get a lot of the effects.
That's pretty good.
It'll dim here. You know, the dogs will start barking. When the sun comes back, my dog will wake up and then go back to sleep again. So we're expecting that we'll get some effects of it.
John, the
breeze has popped up here. I don't know if that's related to it or not.
That's true. The animals have been through a lot this week.
They have.
They've gone through a few earthquakes and now a solar eclipse. Hopefully things don't happen in threes, so we will cross our fingers for that. But what a beautiful, stunning sight there. I was preparing myself mentally for this, and I had seen a partial eclipse before, been lucky living in Indiana to be in the path of that. But this is, I mean, to be honest with you, truly breathtaking. That beautiful shot there from Torreon is just incredible. And it makes me realize why people like Andrew kind of eclipse chase, go from one country to another, because there is nothing like, I think, seeing it in person. When you look up in the sky and you are one with that moon, that, wonderful satellite that we have, and then the sun right behind it, I think it's just like such a cool moment.
Oh, and look down at about the 5 o'clock spot from Torreon, we see that same coronal activity that we saw in Mazatlan. There's a real hot spot there in the corona that scientists will be clearly looking at very closely. Sky's cleared up a little bit here in Washington, so we're getting a better look at the sun, but across Texas, they've almost lost the sun in some areas.
I'm wondering if we can go down to Texas now, where we've got a reporter down there, and I wonder what it's starting to feel like, because if you guys can tell us, how far in is the moon there?
Yeah, Casey Stiegel's with us. Casey, what's it look like?
All right, so here's the deal. We have a momentary burst of sunshine, and that's when we're using our glasses, and I'm looking up right now and I can see we've got more than half of the sun covered at this point. We're T-minus just about 24 minutes or so from totality here in Dallas, but then you'll have the clouds that go in front of the sun entirely, and when you look up in the sky with your glasses, you can't even see it. So this thing is only going to be under 4 minutes. Let's hope that the sun will make a peek through the clouds so we can see the moon fully move in front of it. I want to step out of the way, you guys, and show you a live look at what's going on here. This is the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge. Behind it, that white span of traffic. You have police on there keeping people from stopping on that bridge so that they don't interrupt the traffic flow as this connects downtown Dallas into West Dallas. But over there, all those people lined up on the bridge, that is the Ron Kirk pedestrian bridge, and this is where this official viewing party has been scheduled for today. The organizers say that about 4,000 people or so are expected to be out here, and if you keep on panning around, I want to show you what we've got down the line. If you look across the levee on the banks of the Trinity River right here, you have several thousand additional folks that are just sitting out here. They have taken time off of work, they're out of school, and they have kids of all ages really out here taking a look and waiting for the big moment. In fact, we have been talking to some folks that are here from not only the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but also from far away, Washington, D.C., where our anchors are right now, John Roberts and Aisha Hasni in D.C. Welcome to Dallas.
Thank you.
Why did you come here for this? Why Dallas?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the eclipse path, and they had so many maps on it, and I thought Dallas was the most interesting city I hadn't been to really during an eclipse. So.
Are you going to be horribly disappointed if you don't see it?
well, they started talking about cloud cover, and I was like, no! But,
right, everyone's been doing that, so fingers crossed. I mean, again, it's just the sun kind of rears its head every now and again, and then whenever it does peek out, you can hear the crowd cheering, and it's kind of electric, but it could be a bust.
Okay. No, I think in any case it'll be fun.
In any case, it is fun because this is, again, such a carnival-like atmosphere out here. In fact, our Intrepid, enjoy the eclipse, our Intrepid intern Amelia is here, and when I talk about a carnival-like atmosphere, look at some of the shirts they're selling out here, you guys. I got mooned, and people have been stopping by here to get pictures. Amelia, thanks for grabbing that up. She wanted to take that home as a souvenir, one of the perks of the job of being out here with us today. But again, we're sitting here with several thousand people, and it's pretty wild when the clouds do break away, because then you can see the sun straight up in the sky, and I would say it's definitely more than halfway covered by the moon at this point. We are just really hoping that we don't have cloud cover for the main event. 1:44 Central Time is when totality begins. It'll be just under 4 minutes or so, not terribly long to get a chance to see it, but no doubt a lot of people here are certainly waiting and very, very excited.
Casey, we love the oohs and ahs we just heard a couple of seconds ago. Before I let you go, I'm looking at my weather app. It looks like it's 80 degrees down there, very hot. Do you feel any sense that it's getting a little bit cooler?
Well, it's similar as when the clouds go over the sun on a partly cloudy day and you have the direct sunlight beating down on you, and then a cloud moves in front and it kind of cools you off a little bit. That is what we're experiencing, believe it or not. It's cooling off a little bit. It's kind of humid here, but as the moon slides right in front of the sun there, it is starting to cool down. Now, whether it's going to actually drop a few degrees or not on the mercury, I'm a little skeptical. I'm no scientist or meteorologist, but allegedly that can happen, and we'll certainly take it because it is a little muggy and warm here in the Big D today for Eclipse Day, the one that so many have been waiting for and coming in from all over to see.
All right. Casey Stegall for us in Dallas, thank you very much. We're almost in totality down there in Eagle Pass, Texas. There's a view of Russellville, Arkansas on your screen right now. Our Bill Malugin is down there. We just had totality in Torreon, Mexico, which is about 350 miles from where you are. What's it looking like, Bill?
Well, John, we are just a few minutes away from totality here. I can tell you, I wish we had an eclipse down here at the border every day. It is dramatically cooled off. It feels pleasant out here. It's supposed to be like 85 degrees here in Eagle Pass today. It's cool, it's breezy. You might be able to see it is really darkening up out here. You can go live to our Fox News drone right now and see. It's 1 in the afternoon out here, 1:30 p.m. It feels like it's 7 p.m., like we're getting ready for sunset. It is getting very dark out here. You can see folks on the Mexican side of the river gathering to watch this thing. I'm going to put my glasses on real quick and see where we are. We have what appears to be a tiny fingernail size of the sun remaining, so we should be within a couple of minutes here. The official time we're expecting is 2:27 Eastern. That is 2 minutes away, and we are getting darker and darker by the minute out here. The temperatures keep dropping. Still very breezy here, but this is just a remarkable feeling. I mean, 1:30 in the afternoon, and it really feels like we're getting ready for a sunset. We've done many sunsets down here at the Texas border. Going to keep the glasses on here just to make sure I don't blind myself trying to figure out when totality happens. But this is honestly the coolest thing I've seen in my 3 years of coverage down here at the southern border, guys. I've never been in any kind of eclipse before, and this is just remarkable. I'm looking over at the Mexican side of the river. Everybody's looking up right now. They got music playing. You might be able to hear some of that over my microphone right now, but we should again be a minute or two away from totality here as it is getting darker and darker. We are now having to use our light as we're doing, like we're doing a nighttime live shot on me right now because it's gotten so dark out here. And now the wind is kind of slowing down a little bit. It's getting cooler, and it's just a remarkable sight. I'm going to put the glasses on one more time. It looks like we're almost there. Not to sound nerdy here, but it looks like it's almost like the ring from Lord of the Rings. It's awesome. You see the outer edges of the sun blocked out by the moon here. And whew, it got even darker. Wow. Brian, can we turn the light off real quick? Just to give me a sense of how dark it is.
Bill, do that. Give us a sense of, wow, look at that.
So,
wow.
Yeah, so let's keep the light off. And
it is like you are there at 9 p.m. at night. I mean, it's totally dark. And you can hear the people. That's the crowd in the background.
Yep, that's people cheering because look how dark it's getting now. We've got totality. Yep, we got totality. I don't have to have my glasses on. This is awesome. Wow, what a remarkable sight. Look how dark it has gotten. It is, this is crazy. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Bill, it's so interesting to hear the celebratory atmosphere down there because, typically in your coverage from Eagle Pass over the last 4 years, nobody's been celebrating, so this really is unusual.
It's remarkable. It almost feels like it's like a rave going on out here, John. Across the river from us, we got flashing lights. We got a stage with music going on. Brian, you want to show it real quick, or we can maybe see it on the drone? But we got the drone in the air. But it is like it feels like we're in the middle of the night out here now. It is absolutely remarkable. You can see the police lights on the Mexican side of the shoreline here. Haven't noticed any weird behavior from any of the animals out here just yet. We get a lot of stray dogs down here, but haven't seen anything like that. But wow, I'm looking up at the sun right now, and are we able to show it on the drone, Patrick? No? Okay. It is just remarkable. I mean, it's the same images you guys were seeing in Mazatlan a short time ago, but this is the first point in the United States where you are going to see totality, here in Eagle Pass and about 40 minutes away in Del Rio, this Texas border area where we've spent so much time over the last few years. And it is almost chilly out here, guys. It feels great. Breezy, cold, and very dark. It's even gotten darker within the last 45 seconds. So I'm waiting to see, I think you guys were calling it, what is it, the Bailey's bees. We're waiting to see some of the sunlight pop out on one side of the moon. We might be getting that a little bit right now, but just an absolutely remarkable sight, just to add a little bit of color. It really feels like I'm getting ready to do a nighttime live shot.
Well, we kind of want to stay with you because your reaction is just priceless. I think this is exactly what people are going through. It honestly looks like Miami right now, downtown Miami. There's a party and a rave going on. You're right, Bill. Bill, I can feel your excitement, and you're right. I mean, this is the first time for you and I and a lot of us to be experiencing this. I mean, I don't know. I mean, give us a little more of that feeling. We have yet to experience it. What are we in store for? What does that feel like when you're literally physically not looking at it at the TV, but you're physically looking up and there's nothing. There's no sun. The sun has disappeared.
I can only imagine what people in the old days must have felt. I mean, we knew this was coming because of science and astronomy, but I couldn't imagine just going about your day and looking up and seeing that all of a sudden. It's no wonder, John, I think I heard you talking about like human sacrifices and stuff earlier. It's no wonder people would do, you know, remarkable events during something like this. And it is pitch black. Brian, can we turn the light off one more time? Sorry to keep hammering this point. I just want to give you guys an idea of how dark it is out here now. I mean, it's literally 1:40 in the afternoon here in Eagle Pass, Texas, and it feels like I'm doing a live shot at 8 p.m. at night or 9 p.m. at night, just as the sun is setting. So by far the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, and those who are in the path of totality in the United States today are going to be very, very lucky people. And we're lucky as well because it has been overcast all day long, and right now we have a small break in the clouds where I'm able to look up and I'm able to see the complete totality of this eclipse right now. So I'm thankful for that. And as this thing starts moving northeast, I think it's on a northeast pass across the United States, you guys are going to be in store for just a remarkable sight. Even if you're not in 100% totality, just feeling everything get darker and colder while it's the middle of the day, it's a wild feeling, guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of animal activity, be careful where you step, Bill, because as you know, the tarantulas and the scorpions come out at night, and they might be a little confused. Yeah, I saw the biggest spider. I saw the biggest spider I've ever seen in my life down south on the border.
How big?
Just south of McAllen. It was probably about 5 or 6 inches across.
Oh, wow.
Big tarantula was just sitting right in the middle of the gravel road.
Big as your head.
Yeah. Not quite that big.
Yeah.
Bill, yes.
My head is rather large.
Be careful. Yeah, you know, you mentioned... Sorry, go ahead.
And now the light is starting to come back. So I'm going to look up real quick here.
That's
and yeah, I'm starting to see part of the sun starting to poke out again. So now we're starting to get a little bit of the light back. So Brian, I'm sorry to keep harping. Let's turn the light off just to give the viewers at home kind of like the true effect of what we're getting out here. So now it's starting to brighten up again. You can see we had almost total darkness a minute ago.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I'm looking up now and the sun is starting to peek out again. So that was what, like 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes of totality in that darkness. And here we go again. We're getting our daylight back, and that was that, guys. I mean, you saw it there with us. This is the first spot in the United States.
Incredible.
So for the viewers at home who just saw that, if you're in that path, get outside, get these glasses and take a look, because it's going to be an experience you'll never forget for the rest of your life.
Well, you know, the next one's not coming for 20 years from now, 2044. Bill will probably be about 38 by that time. So.
And still looks exactly the same. Bill Melugin live for us. Thank you so much. What a cool experience, and what a way to kick things off here in the U.S. Let's go back to Casey Siegel. He is in Dallas, where he is about to experience what Bill just did here live on Fox. Casey, Tell us what's happening.
I tell you, it's really wild, and I've got to agree with Bill. You know, it's something, to read about these, to see the coverage on TV kind of leading up to this, but to actually stand out here and experience it is something else altogether. I don't want to jinx anything, but the clouds are not covering right now, and we're only about, 11 minutes or so from totality. And when you look up in the sky with your special glasses, I just see a sliver. Just a little sliver of the sun that's still remaining. So again, T-minus 10 or 11 minutes or so from totality. Look at all of these people that have come out here to gather. We got to show our surroundings before we lose all of our lighting. This is one of the many certified watch parties that are going on across the Big D, the DFW area, the North Texas Metroplex. Upwards of 4,000 or more people, in fact, are expected to gather here on the Kirk pedestrian bridge. You can see them all lined up for as far as the eye can see, frankly. And if we keep panning down the line with my photographer, Dean, I want to show all of the people that have put out their blankets, and they're almost as if they're having a picnic, that have gathered out here on the levee to watch. Again, just so many people have come from all over the place to see this. We just talked to some folks from D.C., but I want to talk to these people right here because they are all the way from Slovenia. Is that right?
Yeah. Right, correct.
When did you guys get to Texas? Welcome, a big Texas welcome to you.
10 days ago we arrived here. We made a gyro around Texas, Louisiana. Saw a few places, beautiful places. Now we're waiting for eclipse.
Is this your first time visiting the United States?
Yes, first time.
And the eclipse was enough to get you on an airplane and come over here. How long have you planned this?
Not just eclipse. We went for a ball game, basketball, watching Luka Doncic. We visited New Orleans, Houston, and all the famous things.
All of a tour of the South and all over. Well, thank you guys so much for coming out, and thank you for talking to us. It's about 10 minutes away or so, so here we go. Let's cross our fingers that the clouds don't get in the way. Thank you guys for being here. We talked to some people from Seattle who just flew in this morning at about 6 o'clock this morning, landed on one of the first flights of the morning. It is a little eerie, if I do say so myself, as that sun starts to slide over. I was using the analogy a little bit earlier that it's kind of like when the cloud goes in front of the sun on a cloudy day, and it's not really the same because thinking about it, the clouds, diffuse the sunlight a little bit. The moon is going to totally block the sun, so it is a different feeling. And I also want to say I stand corrected. It's either my mind or it is getting a little cooler out here. There is no doubt about that. So let me take a look up here. Again, just a little bit of the sun left right now here in Dallas as we await totality. Not terribly far off.
Well, I would think that it probably is getting a little bit cooler there, Casey, because here in Washington, D.C., where the sun is only covered by about a third by the moon, we noticed that the light is starting to get a little bit dimmer. It's not glaring as much as it was. I don't think there's been much of a change in the temperature. But are you working with the light on your camera at this point or no?
We are. Let's go ahead, Dean. They're asking if we can, or Dean, can we turn these lights off so we can, let's turn the lights off so we can give our viewers a sense of what it looks like without the artificial lighting that we use to go live.
Oh,
so
wow. There you go.
We're not in totality just yet, but it is for sure getting darker and darker out here. And I have to say, I was telling you earlier, it's kind of an eerie feeling. It's exciting, but it's also a little strange to be standing here in the middle of the afternoon and to see everything getting really dim and to feel the weather cooling off. I heard Bill Malusian talking about it almost feels like sunset, but it's more rapid, I feel like, because this is happening much faster than the sun when it actually goes down on the horizon at the end of the day, and also the fact that it's just straight up in the middle of the sky. It's not out on the horizon as we see during sunset. So it's exciting, but it's also a little bit eerie. I think I now understand, these apocalyptic kind of movies where this happens, because it sure is a bit strange, but also exciting. I mean, so many people out here just have butterflies in their stomach. These people came from Slovenia. They made a trip out of it to the United States, of course. As they said, they're catching other things while they're here, but if it weren't for this total solar eclipse, they probably wouldn't have found themselves here in the Big D.
It's very ominous. I think that's the word you're looking for, because sunrises and sunsets, yeah, we're looking at on our left-hand screen.
Yeah, he's about to lose everything in about 30 seconds. We're
nearly there at totality. Just a little sliver of the sun left on the bottom left-hand side there in Dallas, Casey. But what's incredible there is you can hear behind you, everybody's just sort of like, their emotions are coming out. And I saw a lot of kids down there playing and running around. And you're going to hear, I think that's my favorite part, the audible gasps and the reaction to, again, we're all prepared for this. We know it's happening, and then it happens, and you sort of have this, like, out-of-body experience.
Aisha, you know, great minds think alike, because as we were standing here waiting to go on, I was kind of thinking the same thing, that probably the neatest part of this is just hearing the reaction from the crowd. And again, I want to go down a little bit further this way, as we are not terribly far away from totality. And I want to talk to these folks that came all the way from Miami. We've been doing kind of little mini interviews with folks as we have been waiting to go on with you. But these folks came in from Miami. Welcome to Texas. Howdy.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? So what made you want to get on a plane and come all the way to Dallas? There's so many places around the U.S.
This eclipse is a once in a lifetime, and we needed to experience this. You know, we can't miss this.
Yeah. So what do you think as you look up in the sky there? We're getting close to totality. Tell me what you're seeing.
I'm seeing it's closing in. It's closing up. Oh my goodness.
Is it spiritual? Is it emotional at all?
Emotional. Yeah, it's very emotional. Wow, this is beautiful.
A lot of people have said that when they witness something like this that they cry. Do you think you're going to shed a tear or two?
No, but I'm excited. This is beautiful.
Oh, all right. See, the crowd is... Oh, goosebumps, this man said. All right, I'll leave you alone and let you enjoy the totality. Thank you guys so much. Well, look, I mean, you hear the excitement building in the crowd. I know it sounds trite, and you know, we're not just saying this for fun. This is really an exciting moment that so many people have been waiting for, and you can feel it in the air as we are nearing totality, you guys. Oh my goodness. It's a little bit ahead of schedule, I would say, because they told us it was going to be at 1:44 this afternoon. It's 1:40 by my clock. And look, we have totality. That is incredible. You can see a very, wow. You can see such a distinct corona mark around the sun.
Hey, Casey, let's just...
I didn't have to say anything. You don't need me to narrate.
Casey, let's just listen to the sound of the crowd for a second here.
Yeah, of course. Wow.
Here comes the sun back again. You see, Dallas isn't in the total zone of totality. Like, they're not right in the bullseye, so it's not going to last as long as it did down at Eagle Pass where Bill Maluja was. That was some 4 minutes long, 4.5 minutes long in Mazatlan. It's going to be a little less than that in Dallas. But look at that. Look at that beautiful shot of the corona again from NASA TV.
I am getting so pumped watching Bill and now Casey and all the shouts and cheers.
You guys, the thing is that... Go ahead, Casey.
I was going to say, you're right, John. It was about 3 minutes and 50 seconds, somewhere in there. So they were telling people that it wasn't going to last long and you had to be prepared if you wanted to take video. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but we have monitors set up out here, and I just looked at my camera, and they're doing crazy things. So you hear about some of the magnetic forces and some of the things that might be going on within the environment and the atmosphere. One of the monitors here is going wild, but not as wild as this crowd. You can just feel the excitement. This has been talked about for so long, and it really is magical as we're starting to barely see the other edge of the sun emerging again. But it has 150% cooled off.
That's a beautiful corona there. That is a very bluish, almost purplish corona. The one in Mexico had a green tint to it, a greenish yellow to it. So every single place we've seen so far, Casey, It's been different colors, and I imagine it has something to do with the atmosphere, the clouds in the sky, everything going on in that area. That crowd in the background, man, I mean, I am loving it, eating it up, because they are experiencing, I mean, you think about what people would have gone through, you know, 1,000 years ago. If you didn't know this was happening, you'd probably hear a lot of screaming and wailing and shouting, and this is just incredible to sort of live through those folks and get ready for what we're about to experience here in the Northeast.
I was going to say, it really is a spectacular show, and I'm so excited for the rest of the country as this moves onward from Texas, and other millions of Americans in the path of totality get to experience the partial eclipse down in Houston at NASA in 2017 was nothing like this, but it was very cool. They were flying special missions down there from NASA up through the path of totality with scientists on board. They're doing that again, but it was nothing at all like this. And I want to say it's wild because the lights have all come on. You can see the street lights are on as if it is, you know, 9 o'clock at night. The lights on the buildings behind us, on the restaurants, on the edges, those are all coming up. Now you hear the crowd, because now we're starting to see that sunshine through again. And look, they are still having school. Dallas and Fort Worth, the two biggest cities here, they were keeping class in session. So if people didn't keep their kids home to bring them to places like this, the kids are getting a real-life science lesson, no doubt about it. Very practical.
Casey, you can look up right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Without the glasses,
oh, well, look,
you can look up.
There's the diamond ring coming back.
Not without the glasses.
That effect. There's that effect we were telling you about, the diamond ring, where you see this, the sliver of light around the edge of the moon, and that really bright, shiny spot that looks like a diamond.
You can already tell it's starting to lighten up, brighten up behind you.
That's an extraordinary experience to see that.
Wow. It's just extraordinary. It looks like a big diamond in the sky, John. That's exactly right. And it's getting harder to look at. So definitely we can tell that the moon is moving on and moving on to other places. But you're starting to see the sliver through our special glasses here. You're starting to see the sliver of the sun returning. And I think we're going to be soon reaching points where, once again, it's not safe to look at. But it was hard to see us probably because we still have our camera lights off. But during those moments of totality, I absolutely was looking straight up into the sky and looking at that magnificent white and bluish ring that you were describing. And I find it just fascinating that we lucked out. It was not looking good. We've been standing out here since 7 o'clock this morning doing our pre-live shots, looking anxiously at the weather, and even at the top of the hour, as we were approaching totality, it wasn't looking that good. It was looking maybe about 50-50 as a big chunk of clouds was totally covering the sun. But boy, oh boy, it's just what everyone was hoping for, and all that wishful thinking paid off, almost as if it was timed out on cue. Mother Nature took her cue and moved those clouds out of the sky, and it is wide open blue space now as we're starting to finally see the sun starting to reemerge from the side of the, wow.
Yeah, you're speechless.
Just incredible.
We are all speechless along with you. I mean, what do you think that moon is thinking about everybody down below, looking up and gawking and oohing and ahhing at it as it's just doing its thing? It's just doing what it was supposed to do. Yeah. Moving a little bit faster, like
just doing its thing. That's what you said.
Yeah. Look at that, the lights
Yeah,
back there,
and you know, by the way, it's worth noting, you guys, DFW Dallas is the largest metropolitan area within totality, and folks were estimating, some of the local Chamber of Commerce and whatnot, that an estimated 500,000 people were going to surge here into the Dallas area, in the North Texas area, to witness this. The airport has been nonstop. We understand there are really no rental cars left at all, but some 35,000 hotel rooms booked solid. This is something that, as you have been talking about and some of the guests have been talking about, that has been planned by a lot of people for years. 1878, incidentally, 1878 was the last time that the Dallas-Fort Worth area saw one of these total solar eclipses, and the next time this area will get to experience this again will be 317. 2317. So when we talk about a once-in-a-lifetime moment or a historic event, it truly is when you look at dates like that.
Another view I think would be incredible would be to be a pilot right now, flying. You mentioned the airport, flying up into this. I'm reading on Twitter from Flight Radar 24, Casey, that there is such interest in this eclipse from pilots. They've in Georgia, they're seeing a more than 116% increase in flights this morning, just private pilots just taking off just to catch a glimpse of this. I can't even imagine what that looks like and how those instruments and how you'd have to, maneuver through this as all of a sudden, as we saw live here with you, Casey, it just went pitch black. Just pitch black.
High five, virtual high five through the camera, you guys. This really is a once in a lifetime experience. I'm so glad I was able to share it with you and everyone at home. Just incredible. I guess you're right, a loss for words as the sun is starting to pick back up. You hear the music pick back up, then all of these people are going to get their blankets and hightail it out of here. This has been magical, to say the least, here in North Texas, as we have now gone through totality, and we're on the other side of the eclipse, which will last about 1 minute and 17 seconds. The partial eclipse will be over entirely at 3:02. We were running a little bit ahead of schedule, so that's going to be more like 2:57 or so in the afternoon Central Time now. But magical, incredible, takes your breath away.
Well, Casey, thank you for sharing the experience with us as Dallas now reemerges into light. We see Russellville, Arkansas on the left-hand side of our screen now going into totality. Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders is leading a celebration of the eclipse in a state park about 100 miles away from Little Rock. So all the folks there in Arkansas getting a great view as the sun, look at that, just one tiny little sliver, and it's just about to go away. And here in Washington, D.C., we've still got our camera up. We look up at the sun. It's about halfway covered by the moon at this point. There's a noticeable dimming in the light. It's kind of like it's kind of like if you dimmed an LED light, because they get dimmer, but the color doesn't change.
Absolutely.
So it kind of gets darker and cooler. That's kind of what we're experiencing
Very
here.
different from a sunset. A sunset, you start to experience
it gets warmer,
beautiful, glorious colors, and it happens very slowly.
The light quality gets warmer, too.
This is like turning down the lights at home. And I've noticed, I don't know if you have, I've stopped squinting. I mean, I was squinting during the entire first hour of the show, and now it's very pleasant. The winds are starting to calm down here in D.C., which we kind of anticipated with this too, and it has started to cool off a little bit as well.
The interesting part of the phenomenon associated with eclipses that I think we might have seen in Dallas, and that is that when the sun completely goes away, or it's in the process of going away, the cooling of the air dissipates the clouds.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's what might have happened in Dallas to give everybody there such a great show.
What do you think? What do you think? Which phase are we in now in D.C.?
Well, it's still going away.
Yeah.
We're supposed to get about 88% of totality here in Washington, D.C. You can see it. It's on the right-hand side of your screen there. So it looks almost like a big crescent moon at this point. That'll continue. The light will continue to get dimmer. The temperature will probably get a little bit cooler. But take a look at Russellville, Arkansas. Look at how beautiful that corona is. And you see the coronal activity, the bright spots in the coronal activity.
Yeah.
Scientists are getting so much information right now from the sun.
That's the neat part about all of this, is that it's such a cool experience for you and me, all of you at home, but scientists all across these places of totality are snapping away pictures of the star systems that are right behind or just off to the side of the sun here, because we don't normally get to see those because the sun's corona is so bright and you've got solar storms going off. So it's very, very interesting that we are finally able to, for a couple of moments, for a couple of minutes, able to look into those star systems to learn a little bit more about our expansive, big universe. This is what, I mean, for me, John, everybody has their personal experience and take. For me, this is such a, it brings you to a stop, a pause in life, and it reminds you how small, we are a blip in this giant universe, and all of our troubles and arguments and fights, and we get angry and frustrated. doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because look at this. I mean, this is
there are greater forces. There are greater forces at work than the individual.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, the next big major metropolitan center that is on the map for the eclipse is the Indianapolis.
That's right, Bloomington, Indiana, where I went to school. This is like a walk down memory lane for me.
R. Kelly Saberry is there in Bloomington. What's it look like where you are, Kelly?
So we are at Memorial Stadium here at Indiana University, where we have Captain Kirk, Star Trek actor William Shatner, basically reading the history of the universe. I'll step out of the shot so you can take a look at the fun here. I would expect maybe 10,000 people to be here at Memorial Stadium. If I had to do a rough guess, what he's doing right now is what he calls welcoming the darkness. We are roughly 10 minutes away from totality here in Indiana. The temperature is starting to feel a little cooler. We know the wildlife in the area will be momentarily confused. And what we're also learning is that there are not many events of this size here at Indiana University. It's really just graduation and Big Ten football games that draw this many people in. We're expecting about $52 million to be generated in this small college town in Bloomington. Now, I showed you that Shatner was speaking. We did get to talk to him a little bit earlier this morning, one-on-one. Take a listen. We will now send it back to you as it's getting kind of loud. John.
So Kelly, it's amazing that you get a chance to see William Shatner there. I mean, he is so associated with all things celestial. It's quite a treat for everybody there. What's happening in terms of the atmosphere? When we were talking to Bill Malugin, when we were talking with Casey Stiegel, there was quite a dramatic change, obviously in the light because it completely went away, but then in the temperature as well, and the emotions that people were feeling as the moon crossed in front of the sun. What's happening there?
Since we're in a stadium, there is a lot of excitement here. We know the temperature is getting a little bit colder, but at this point, since we are still about 10 minutes away, the light really hasn't changed. It's getting a little bit shadier, I guess I would say at this point, but we are still waiting for totality. Still about 10 minutes away, John.
Tell us about the crowd, if you can. You know, this whole experience, looking at the sun and the moon is incredible, but a big part of this experience is what everyone else is feeling. And what have people been telling you? And do people have their glasses on? Have they taken it off now to look up? I mean, what's happening right now amongst the people that are around you?
So here at Indiana University, they have taken the day off of school. So nobody had to go to classes today. But we did hear from those that traveled from far and wide that they were willing to give the kids the day off with their families to drive out here. Some of them even fly. So you can really tell it's a moment that people want to make a memory with their families, with their loved ones.
I love it. Well, thank you very much for bringing us that beautiful shot from Indiana. What a wonderful place. They're going to get to see totality, one of the lucky few here in the U.S.
She's got to boldly go and cover the rest of the eclipse.
That's right, William Shatner out there.
Say hi to William Shatner
what a guy.
for us. You know, my son's out in the porch right now with his glasses, looking at this. It's got noticeably dimmer here in Washington, D.C. We've got about half of the sun covered at this point. It's, well...
I feel a little bit... I
this
mean,
is Fox News. Are we ever calm?
So yes, the building behind me, maybe not calm, ever. But it has, I feel the energy, like the calmness of it, sort of like, I don't hear the birds chirping, I don't hear the animals. It was a lot more hustle and bustle a little while ago. It feels like things are sort of starting to come down a little bit.
Well, there's no question that there has been some change in terms of the environment.
Right.
Yeah, let me just put the glasses on and have another look up at the sky.
Which, by the way, look really great on you.
Oh, yeah, well, I should wear these for the rest of my life. Yeah, it looks like we're a little more than halfway covered. At this point, we're expecting 88%. It's not, obviously, the dramatic change that you saw in Dallas or you saw in...
it's going to be something, though. It's going to be really cool.
In Arkansas or down south on the border with Bill Malugin. But things are beginning to change here a little bit. The wind, which was pretty brisk seems to be dying down. The sky, which was beginning to get a little more cloudy, is starting to get a little clearer, and we saw that in Dallas as well.
Yep.
The phenomenon could be that as the atmosphere changes in terms of temperature and sunlight, that the clouds do dissipate, which is great because it gave everybody in Dallas such a good view of what was going on.
I thought it was very interesting that Casey mentioned something was happening to his monitor there, and they weren't sure if that had anything to do with this, but that was a question I was asking you earlier. I mean, does this have any impact on the satellites, and what do we know about the solar flares and the storms? It's been pretty, I think I've heard, it's been pretty quiet. A quiet couple of days on the sun.
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying nanu nanu. But
we are not PhD scientists. We are trying, though. Also very cool and interesting to watch if you're at home. Go outside, even if you don't have the glasses on. Take a look around. Are the dogs barking? Do you hear the coyotes? Is something howling? I mean, these animals, remember, are so connected to the world around them. We kind of like tune it out. And we're so laser focused on what's happening, the hustle and bustle of the day, but the animals out there, they feel everything.
Yeah, and in areas of totality. That's why a zoo is a great place to go to experience this, because as the light begins to dim, the animals begin to behave differently.
There's alarms going off? A test
those go off all night and all day. But, you know, animals that are nocturnal begin to wake up. Animals that are diurnal, they go to sleep. It kind of messes with their systems a little bit.
Yeah. And plant life, I would imagine, too. That's so, you know, our circadian rhythm. I mean, everything is a part. You think about how much the sun has to do with our day-to-day lives. It's pretty incredible.
Look at that in Carbondale, Illinois, where they've just gone into totality. Amazing. Indianapolis not far behind. Oh, we're turning off the lights here because you can see that it's a little bit darker here.
Look at that, guys.
But not a whole lot.
This is what it actually looks like here.
It's been great to experience this with you. You are genuinely excited about this.
Thank you. Yes, I am.
You're not old and cynical like me.
I hope we've convinced everybody out there to get excited, too. Get out there and check it out.
All right. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Roberts. We'll see you again tomorrow.
I'm Aisha Hassani. The story with Martha, and I believe Bill as a special guest, starts right now.
Right you are. Thank you. That was so exciting. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum, and we are live from Fox Square. We have a watch party going on out here in New York City, joining millions of Americans witnessing this extraordinary sight. I mean, if you were not excited about this morning, when you watch this actually happening, it is a phenomenal sight, and one that we will not see and might not see to this extent, because all the conditions are exact. Some super viewing of this today, and the next one's not for another 20 years. So a short time from now, we will be under maximum coverage here in New York City. We are going to get about 90% of the sun blocked by the moon, and it's a beautiful spring day. We haven't had too many like this, but we've got great visibility here in New York. So when it comes over New York, we are going to be at 90%, as I said. So the total eclipse path that we're watching sweep across the country is about 115 miles wide and 4,000 miles long, and it has more than 33 million people who are under that.
Yeah, the last one was about something around 2 minutes. This one, twice as long. It's going to get darker. So I think that's going to be the most exciting part.
I really enjoy like space and nature and science, and so I think it's a beautiful intersection of all of that.
She is exactly right, and we have Fox weather coverage. Our team is fanning out across this whole area. We're on the ground in the cities where the total eclipse is underway. We've watched it at Eagle Pass. It is now moving up towards Indianapolis, where we expect it to happen shortly. And Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt is ready at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where a massive watch party is underway. Look at all those people. It looks like a race is about to start, but the race is in the sky between the moon and the sun, Jonathan.
Yeah, you talk about all the watch parties across the country, Martha. I'm not sure there's any better place to be for a watch party than the Indianapolis Motor Speedway right now. They're expecting around 50,000 people to flood the speedway here to come in to watch this as a community. And I have to say, from what we're looking at, it looks like they have hit those numbers. The sky's beginning to darken now as we are, by my estimation, just about 3 minutes away from totality. You can feel the temperature dropping. You can also feel, Martha, very much a sense of expectation among these people. And I think what's interesting is, as we wait these last couple of minutes, Martha, is none of us knows how we're really going to react to this. You know, I think some people might be excited, might be cheering. Others, I think, will go very silent because this is, it's not just a physical experience as you look up and watch the moon completely cover the sun. It's obviously, for a lot of people, a very spiritual one too, and really demonstrates to us the power of the universe. And in a time when we are so riven by so many disputes, whether they are national, whether they are local, whether they're within your family, or whether they're global wars and global conflicts, this is one of those moments that everybody can share together and feel like we are one tiny part of this vast universe, and we are privileged to be here. And I have to say, Martha, feel truly privileged to be at an event like this with tens of thousands of my closest friends waiting these last couple of minutes now for the moon to completely cover the sun here in Indianapolis. It will be an extraordinary event. People, as you can hear, probably getting really excited about totality, which we are getting closer and closer to right now, Martha.
Yeah, Indianapolis is the center of the action right now. It is one of the areas in the country that is going to get an amazing show. I can hear, Jonathan, people in the background there. Describe to us what you're seeing.
Yeah, we are really just moments away from totality now. We're seeing that last sliver of the sun disappear behind the moon, and the excitement really is something to behold, Martha. It's an emotional moment, if anything, just seeing everybody here staring up to the skies, which are darkening by the second right now, Martha. Everybody staring in one direction. You can hear the excitement among these people, the cheering. They've waited hours for this. I can tell you, we've all been out here for, I don't know, 6 hours or so in a pretty warm sun today, and now that sun disappearing behind the moon as we are about to hit the moment of totality, Martha.
Jonathan, do you have light on you? And if you can, kill that light so we can get a sense. We're going to do that here in New York to get a sense of how dark it is there.
Yep, there's our light killed now, and here we go. Darkness is falling on Indianapolis right now. There's a few TV lights over in the distance behind us, but this is it. Night is falling at 3:06 p.m. In Indianapolis. We are moving into what feels like full nighttime, and it really is. I have to say, Martha, as you stand here, it's a pretty extraordinary experience. Listen to those cheers. You heard the excitement there, Martha. We are now in, I believe we're getting 3 minutes and about 49 seconds of totality as we move into it here. The ring around the sun now, the ring around the moon, the sun's ring, we're looking at here, and it is truly a spectacular sight to see in person, quite breathtaking. You can also see a couple of stars out as well. It's so hard to describe just how meaningful this seems, Martha. And you look at the crowd, you can feel the emotion of this crowd. Just an event that a lot of people will never witness again, of course. We know we're going to wait 20 years for the next total eclipse in the United States. A lot of these people probably know they won't be around in 20 years' time or so. I might not be around in 20 years. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for so many of us. And again, Martha, I have to say, I had no idea how I was going to react to this, but it was a physical reaction, an emotional reaction. It really does make you appreciate the beauty of the earth, the beauty of the moon and the sun, the beauty of the universe that we are so privileged to be a part of. It's just quite an extraordinary thing. And again, a real privilege, Martha, to be here, to witness it with all these fine people who've flooded to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which I have to say as well, Martha, has put on a quite spectacular event. And as I look now to my right, all of these people, there are people hugging each other. It's really special, Martha, really special.
You know, Jonathan, I'm thinking about you and all of the things that you have covered for us, you know, in the middle of wars, near the front lines, and all of the things that happen here on Earth. And I just think this is such an incredible experience, and it does point out the magnitude of the universe and how small we are in all of it.
Yeah, it really does. Nothing brings it home. Nothing that I've ever witnessed brings it home quite like this, Martha. And yeah, we've, you know, you, I, all of our colleagues at Fox, we've all witnessed around the world and over the years so much strife in so many places. We see the political divide, obviously, on a daily basis in this country and frankly in many other countries too. But now I stand here with 50,000 or so people, every one of them overjoyed and brought together by this single moment. It is really a very, very special thing. You know, you hope that everybody walks away from this with that appreciation and that somehow it brings people together in the longer term. We don't just return to the way we are every day tomorrow morning. This is a special moment. I know that everybody here, you know, Casey Stiegel in Dallas, Bill Malugin down on the border, all our colleagues across the country who've been fortunate enough to witness this firsthand. This, I think, will live with us for a very long time as we begin to now see the sun coming back from behind the moon here, and another round of cheers as people witness this, Martha. I'll go silent for a moment and let you just enjoy the moment with us. So now is the point, Martha, where everybody is supposed to put back on their eclipse glasses. As we see the sun again, we were allowed to be without them for that 3 minutes, about 49 seconds, and it was a beautiful thing to be able to stare directly at the moon in front of the sun there now. We're coming back to daylight, and these people are putting their eclipse glasses back on, and everybody has just witnessed a truly incredible moment, and that's it.
Jonathan,
it's, now it moves on. We'll move it on to colleagues.
Jonathan, I wonder if you can, if anybody there wants to tell you what it was like for them, if you can reach them.
Yeah, let's see if we can get. We got a family right here that's been pretty. Hey guys, how you doing? Hi. What did you think of that?
That was amazing. Yeah? I'm on the news.
Yeah. That's not the best part of the day. The best part of the day is what you just looked up there. But it's cool to be on the news too. So what did you think, sir?
I thought it was awesome. Once in a lifetime experience. Yeah.
Important to bring the family?
Absolutely, yeah. Great experience for the kids to share. Yeah.
Does it look like you think that we're pretty small specks in this universe and we should perhaps all get along a little better?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Yeah. Glad to hear it. All right. So you'll be saying go Rams, not go Colts, therefore, if we're all getting on well.
Never.
Hey, sir, you were one of the loudest voices out there. You were pretty darn excited.
That was pretty incredible. Yeah. That was amazing. I've never, life-changing. You've never seen anything like that.
Are you from Indianapolis?
I'm from Columbus.
So you
3.5 hours here to see all this.
And worth it?
And worth every mile, worth every minute in the car. It was just incredible.
I heard your voice there. You moved me. It was emotional for all of us. Thank you for having so much fun with it. Hey guys, how you doing?
Man, that was awesome.
Yeah. What was the best part? The sun disappearing or coming back?
Diamond ring. All the way.
Yeah.
I like when it was the darkest, because then it looked like an album cover. And the pink at the bottom, you can see the pink really good. It was amazing. It's like best album cover ever.
That's what I thought it was.
Life-changing moment for all you guys?
Yes. I remember when I was in first grade.
Yeah.
It's all coming back.
Awesome. Well, savor those memories and enjoy the rest of your day. So I think safe to say, Martha, everybody was as moved as I felt by that. Really an incredible experience. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again. An absolute privilege to be here, a privilege to witness the universe doing its thing, and a privilege to be among tens of thousands of truly thrilled people here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Martha.
It is. I'm so happy for you, Jonathan, and also for the folks in Dallas, too, who really were under cloud cover. And then suddenly, it's like this path of totality is just opening up for everybody so that they can witness this incredible cosmic moment. And it is truly stunning to watch the universe in action, to see the sun eclipsed by the moon. And that, I forget who said it, but it reminded me of the, the cover of the Pink Floyd album, The Dark Side of the Moon. I'm sitting here with Bill Hemmer. And it is, it's just, I'm very touched by the emotional reaction that we're hearing from people who are watching it. Extraordinary, Jonathan. Thank you so much. Yeah. Stay with us.
To Jonathan, to Jonathan and his crew out there in Indianapolis. Number one, great location to watch this. The Brickyard, the Indianapolis 500. And I think after that we can put Jonathan on the Unity ticket after all, because he really showed a desire to bring people together there. So really cool to see. Indianapolis I thought was a great viewing location. I think coming up in a little bit, Niagara Falls is a great location as well. And we are in Midtown Manhattan. Yeah. Unfortunately,
we have a lot of skyscrapers around us.
But the good news, we're outside. The bad news is we're next to a 44-story building.
And who's going to be our best viewer, I think, is Nate Foy, because Nate Foy is out on the Intrepid, and he's going to have a much clearer view, which I'm very excited to experience with him in just a little while. He can introduce you, but you don't really need an introduction. Bill Hemmer, anchor of America's Newsroom, and also an Ohio native. So we're watching Ohio sort of in the path here shortly in Cleveland as well, Bill.
I was watching this path. There's some great websites that really show the flow and the geography. They pick it up in Seymour, Indiana, and Bloomington, and then in Indianapolis where Jonathan is. I think that guy in Columbus, Ohio probably could have stayed home. He would not have gotten the totality, but he would have gotten a lot of it, which is
what... You said it was life-changing.
Yeah, which is a little bit what we're getting in New York right now. You can feel the air has dropped cooler, the temperature's gone down. And Dana and I had an astrophysicist on this morning, and we said, why does the wind direction change? And she explained to us that the intensity of the sun on the Earth lightens up. And that allows the wind in the air to change direction. So,
and
that was cool.
It shows you gravity is what holds all of us here and holds the solar system in place, right? And you see the shift that occurs even with this alignment of the sun and the moon and us here on Earth. It's really interesting how, the moon is very close to us, tens of thousands of miles away, but the sun is 90 million miles away. Think about that for a moment, right? So that's why this tiny moon, when it is in between the Earth and the sun, is able to look like it's blocking the whole thing out. And also notice the corona that we're seeing around the moon here on this shot from Cleveland. And because of the maximum magnetic forces that are at play every 11 years or so, which is what's going on right now, you're seeing these shoots coming out of the sun behind the moon that are extraordinary. And this is what the scientists are also focused on right now, because they're studying. You see that flare sort of around 4 or 5 o'clock there on that. Those are the kind of things that they're going to study very intensely. And there's the sky over Cleveland right now. It is,
Martha,
there's nothing political about this, which is what's so great.
Well, I will tell you, as an Ohio guy and as a Cincinnati guy first, Cleveland's never looked better. That is a gorgeous shot. I mean, that's the most beautiful sunrise or sunset you can,
whatever it is,
you can ever see.
Middle of the afternoon. Yeah, it is extraordinary. And I think that even people who maybe woke up this morning, look at the flares on the left-hand side of your screen there that you see shooting off, and they're going, a million miles into the atmosphere off of the sun, and then they're just showing up behind the moon.
Just the power of that star is something that we sometimes tend to forget. And when you have the moon block it out like it is right now, they have these thing called Bailey's beads, right, that shoot down the canyons of the moon, and that's a little bit of the flare you see. But it's very difficult for us, just with our plain eye on a regular sunny day, to look up at the sun and to be able to see what the scientists are now observing on behalf of the eclipse. And they, right there, do you see that, Martha?
Yep.
They describe that as the wedding ring, where it comes together.
Start to see the pop, the diamond comes out. In just a moment. I just want to give people the right numbers here because they're in front of me now. We're going to cut our lights in a second so you can see what's happening here in New York City. The moon is 400 times smaller. There we go. Smaller than the sun, okay?
Yeah.
The moon is 400 times closer to Earth than the sun is. The moon is 239,000 miles away. The sun is 93 million miles away. So this shot that you're getting in Cleveland is now, as it starts to pop out on the other side, and I think that every color, every city has a different color. This is Tupper Lake, New York. Is that right, guys? Which are we in? Because on the bottom it says Tupper Lake, and up top. Okay, so that's Tupper Lake. I went to college up in that region. It's a beautiful area. You can see the sky very clearly in Tupper Lake, New York. It's a beautiful part of the country.
Yeah, so now you're going to move up into Niagara Falls and Erie, Pennsylvania, and up to the northern reaches, northeastern regions of the U.S., and then it moves on to Canada. And you know, we're not changing anything. What you see right now is what we see here in New York at 3:19, 3:20. In the afternoon.
The weird thing is that this happens a lot in New York because the buildings are so tall. Sometimes the sun just pops behind one and it suddenly gets dark.
Well, I heard some horns, so the cabbies didn't get the message just yet.
Yeah, this is an unusual experience. So watching this, it is getting really dark, and the sky is different. It definitely looks like it does when it's 5:30 p.m. at night in the summertime, maybe when it starts to get like this. So this
you feel the temperature right now, right?
Yeah, there's like a weird kind of intensity, humidity, something, pressure in the sky. Let's go to Nick Kozier, who can use real scientific words to describe these things for us. He's here on Fox Square as our watch party continues. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys, this is incredible. So we are literally out here. We're literally out here chasing the eclipse, right? We're trying to find it as we've got all the high-rise buildings here in the city to contend with. So right now, it's a little bit visible on the corner of 50th and 6th, and I've got some ladies here with me. You were able to actually see the eclipse just a few moments ago, yeah?
Yes, it was amazing. It was just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Very cool.
What are you thinking?
I think it was really cool. I saw it a few years ago, and this is different. This is really cool.
Well, speaking of it being cool, they were just talking about it in the studio. Have you noticed that the temperature has dropped considerably? We're close to, if not right on top of, max coverage in terms of the moon being in front of the sun. Have you noticed that?
I have. It has become a bit chilly out here now that you say it. Yeah. I had to run in and get my coat for me.
Amen. All right, so listen, you guys, you can phone a friend if you need help with this question. I'm giving away Fox Weather koozies to anybody that can answer when the next total solar eclipse will happen in the United States. Any idea?
It says 20 years.
Okay, not bad. So do a little.
To do math, so 2044.
Hey, you got it. You know what? I'll give the whole group here some koozies. We appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't even have to phone a friend. Appreciate it, ladies. Enjoy. So, guys, you can see the rest of the crowd, and this is how it's been. We were looking at the eclipse 2 blocks up, and then obviously, as the sun has been moving, we've been seeing these groups of people appear on different corners, and it's all very exciting and also a little bit chaotic out here. As you can hear behind me, traffic is snarled up, likely because of all the groups of people that are going out and just trying to catch a glimpse of the sun. And I'll tell you what, this is unbelievable. I just can't believe how much, like you guys mentioned, the temperatures have dropped, and it certainly is much more dim here in the city. And so, yeah, a lot of people out and about just trying to look up and catch a little glimpse of the eclipse while they can see it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nick. Nick Kozier, right around the corner from us. You can see he's right by Radio City Music Hall. So if you've been to New York City, you know exactly where this intersection is. And he's right. We keep seeing pockets of people on different corners, on different blocks, with the sun sort of falling on their area. So that's when they're getting a moment to see it. But I think we should swing over to the Intrepid, right, and go see Nate Foy, our correspondent who is over there. We'd love to know what it looks like from where you are, Nate.
Hey, Martha, so there are some lights from other TV crews, and perhaps that's impacting what we're seeing right now. It is starting to get darker, although not entirely like pitch dark or anything like that, but we're approaching the peak here in New York City, where we're roughly going to be about 90% of totality. Hundreds of people on board the USS Intrepid right now. I'll ask my photographer just to sort of pan around and show all the people wearing their eclipse glasses, looking up, taking pictures, people of all ages. They're very excited. How are things going so far, guys? I think I found the only quiet people in New York City. I got someone who is ready to talk to us. This is Maddie from Connecticut. Maddie, so far, explain to me what you've seen.
So what I've seen is I've seen the submarine here. I saw all the planes over here.
But what about the eclipse with the glasses?
I've seen that I've seen it like change colors. I've seen it like go from like orange to red and then to yellow and change all those colors. I've seen it like get a lot smaller with like a big indent just like closing it in.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
You said that you're really into science at school. Is it different than what you expected, or is it what you expected?
It's different. Like when you see a picture, you think like oh yeah, it's a picture, but it's cool. But then when you actually see it, it's 10 times better, 10 times cooler, 10 times more awesome.
Yeah, more awesome is a good way to put it. You're going to Olivia Rodrigo tonight at MSG. What are you more excited about, this, the eclipse, or seeing her concert?
I think probably the eclipse, because I can probably never see it again in my lifetime, or I can, but I'd have to travel. The Olivia Rodrigo concert, you could just like, yeah, it costs money, but you can just go buy tickets everywhere. Here, it's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you only have to like go, and I only had to drive like 2 hours, so that's really amazing.
That's awesome. I'm so happy that you're having a great time. Enjoy the rest of this. Make sure you use the proper eyewear and enjoy the concert tonight. All right, thanks, Maddie. And if you guys know, Olivia Rodrigo is like one step below Taylor Swift, so that's some pretty strong words right there. We have people coming from all over the place. Maddie was talking about some of the things here on board the USS Intrepid. The Space Shuttle Pavilion is just down this way where the Enterprise Space Shuttle is, so people are learning about space exploration history and viewing this historic moment. Coming from all over the world here to New York City, this family specifically came from Paris. Guys, tell me about your experience so far.
Hi, we came from Paris, especially for the eclipse. So we timed our stay here to come to the Intrepid and visit the eclipse.
What about you?
I'm from Brooklyn, and I'm hosting them. I'm enjoying the eclipse, so I didn't see the previous one. So.
And this was the reason that you came from Paris. This is the main event.
Yes, that was the main event, and also the children love New York because they see it in movies. Like, what's your favorite movie? Home Alone 2?
Home Alone 2 and Home Alone.
Yes. So this is.
Even Kevin McAllister didn't see an eclipse. What do you think about this historic moment? Huh? How cool has it been?
The eclipse.
I'm excited for that it will be totally totally dark.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Bye.
So yeah, 90% of totality here in New York City. The peak is expected to last for less than a minute, and then at about 3:58, we're expecting to no longer have any effects that are visible here in New York City, but certainly a lot of energy here on board the Intrepid. They held a watch party for the 2017 eclipse, but this one is certainly bigger than it was then and more spectacular to take in here from the deck up here. We'll send it back to you guys.
What a great young lady you spoke to, Nate. She's having a fantastic time, and she's learning a lot, like all of the kids there. Thank you so much, Nate Foy. This is incredible. This is Tupper Lake, New York. This is right now in way upstate New York. It's a spectacular area, beautiful lake area in upstate New York, and they are getting quite a show. And Bill Hemmer is still with us. So, Bill, you know, you listen to these children having this experience. It's so wonderful, and thinking about the fact that we're feeling like it's a chilly fall night.
Yeah, right.
All of a
like
sudden.
8 o'clock in the evening.
middle of a beautiful spring afternoon.
That's right. And in a couple of minutes here, we're going to go back to 3:30 in the afternoon without looking. I thought the kid at the Indianapolis 500 was really cool. He must be in the 8th grade because he said, I saw it when I was in the 1st grade.
Yeah.
So that was 7 years ago,
Right.
thereabouts. So he has this memory as well. And then we'll wait another 20 years and see who's around then.
Exactly. Look at that. So that's Tupper Lake as you start to see the
Beautiful.
sun emerging again from behind the moon, the dark side of the moon that you're looking at on the upper end there of the sun. It's extraordinary. So Bill, thank you so much.
You bet. Good to be with you, Martha. We will celebrate the next eclipse together.
Indeed we will,
when
my
it
friend.
comes.
Indeed we will. Let's bring in Michio Kaku, who's a good friend of Bill and Dana's as well, professor of theoretical physics at City College of New York and the CUNY Graduate Center as well. Michio, great to have you with us, Michio. Tell me what you're thinking as you're watching this amazing, amazing sight of the universe today.
It's been spectacular. The media has been saying that we're going to have a washout here in Dallas, Texas, but no, the clouds began to part. It's almost like something from the Bible. The clouds began to part just as the pinnacle of the event took place, and so everyone was going, wow, this is an event for your lifetime. And this fulfills your bucket list. A lot of people are saying that, well, you know, I have a few more things I got to do before I kick the bucket, and watching an eclipse of the sun is right there at the top of the calendar. And so I think we've had quite a show, a cosmic show here in Dallas, Texas.
It is extraordinary. And talk to us a little bit about the science of what we're witnessing and the opportunity that this gives scientists to study the shape of the sun and the fact that it's happening during this period where the magnetic forces on the sun are really throwing off some spectacular corona flares.
Yes, we're witnessing a cosmic coincidence that probably won't be duplicated throughout most of the solar system and the galaxy. That is, the moon is a certain distance away from the Earth, but the sun is 400 times that distance, and the sun is 400 times larger. As a consequence, the two 400s cancel exactly. It's a cosmic coincidence, and that's why we have the eclipse of the sun. And scientists, of course, are fascinated by this because it allows us to actually study the corona, to study the creation of energy. And Einstein used that in order to prove the correctness of relativity theory. And so eclipses of the sun have always been part and parcel of the history of science in the world.
You know, what do you make of these suggestions that it could mess with technology during the period of the total eclipse, or that, you know, people's health or their mood might be affected by it? Is there science behind that?
No. However, we have to realize, though, that on a scale of centuries now, it is possible that the sun could have a temper tantrum and unleash a gigantic solar flare toward the Earth. That's what happened in 1859. That's the famous event where a gigantic solar flare was emitted from the sun and it hit the Earth. If we had electronics, if we had the internet, if we had radio, television, and power plants, it would have wiped out modern technology on the planet Earth. And so we scientists are still trying to figure out what happened. Why was it like that? And again, these events only take place once every few hundred years, so we don't have to worry that it's going to happen tomorrow.
You know, I was looking at the history of observations of eclipses, Michio, and it records back to 3300 BC to some writings that were found, ancient writings that were found in Ireland. And what they found was that people wrote, the sun has been eaten. And you think about what we know now and what their understanding was then, you can just imagine how they might have felt that, you know, that the Earth was ending, that the sun was disappearing forever.
That's right. And whenever that happened, the shaman of the time said you have to make noise, you have to dance, you have to celebrate, yell, scream, whatever. And sure enough, 2-3 minutes later, the dragon that was eating up the sun disappeared. And so that gave a lot of credibility to the shamans who believe that by dancing and chanting and yelling, you could influence the motion of the universe.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this amazing shot that we have right now from Houghton, Maine. And there's an enormous corona around the moon right now with the sun behind it. Just extraordinary. So what do you think scientists who are watching the activity of the sun right now can learn from it that we didn't know before?
Well, there's a mystery that we still do not understand. As you go away from the sun, it gets hotter. In fact, the temperature outside the sun is millions of degrees hotter than the surface of the sun itself. Why? We don't know. That's one big mystery. And the other big mystery, as I mentioned, is why do we have these gigantic solar flares once every few hundred years? It doesn't happen all the time, but when it does happen, it could really throw you back hundreds of years into the past. So these are the two big mysteries of the sun.
You know, people talk about, and we mentioned this before, but, you know, and we observed it really. We saw Jonathan Hunt in Indianapolis at the raceway there, and the people who witnessed it in a very full way, in the totality, and in Texas as well. You know, one of the observers, one of the kids there said, "Oh, you know, I feel like it's changed me. It's a very emotional experience." What do you attribute that to?
Gee, I don't know, but I think when people see the eclipse of the sun, they say, wow, because they feel part and parcel of the universe. You're sort of like communing with Mother Nature. And so I think people have an existential connection when they see the eclipse. You know, throughout history, eclipses have come and gone, but so what? Now we have eclipse mania, moon mania. You realize that the number of hotel bookings, the number of rent-a-car rentals have gone up several thousand%. Certain politicians have declared a state of emergency because of all the flood of tourists. 31 million people live within the shadow of this eclipse, and people are saying that it could go to more than that. And as a consequence, people are wondering, why this mania? And I think it's because, first of all, people do have a bucket list, and it's high on the bucket list. But second of all, space travel is becoming fascinating once again. For many years, space travel was ho-hum, another space shuttle launch. But now people are saying, I can go into outer space. Private citizens are going into outer space. Elon Musk is even selling tickets for private citizens to go to the moon. And so I think there's been a game changer in terms of how we relate to Mother Nature.
I think it's an encouraging sign when I heard that little girl say that even though she was here to see an Olivia Rodrigo concert in New York, that the eclipse was bigger to her, because she said, I can get a ticket to see a concert anytime, but I can't always see this. And I think about, you know, kids raised on social media and basically staring into their screens what seems like, you know, the majority of the day. And I do love that these kids are so excited about what's happening in nature and the universe, Michio. Final thought on that, if you would.
Yeah, and I think that it's good because it puts people in tune with reality in the universe. You know, we spend most of our time moping around, looking at the ground, wondering how we're going to pay for the next rental check. And we don't look up. But when we look up, we see that there's a whole universe out there. And I think people are seeing this existential shock. I saw the eclipse just a few minutes ago here in Dallas, Texas, and people were saying, wow, look at that. Oh, my God. People were saying, gee, they feel close to Mother Nature after seeing this eclipse. And so I think this eclipse is different. It's different from the ones we've had in the past. We now have moon madness. People are beginning to fall in love with the universe and the space program and astronomy once again.
You know what? I find that very encouraging, and I think we really need it, Michio. So thank you so much, Michio Kaku. Very good to have you here. Always love talking to you, and extraordinary day. So we're getting a little bit lighter here in New York City. Fox and Friends co-host Brian Kilmeade is here, host of One Nation on Fox News Channel and the Brian Kilmeade Show on Fox Radio. We brought back the sun for you because we know you like to be on in the morning.
I know.
We thought you might be uncomfortable if it was a little too dark.
Well, I'll tell you, there's nothing more intimidating more than following Michio Kaku on this time of an eclipse.
We're going to ask you scientific questions.
Right, absolutely. And he has the consumer end. And he's right, because people are so into their phones today. If there was anything, a unifying thing that could happen, it's not an election or a Super Bowl. It's happening without anybody cueing it. It's doing it on its own. I've been amazed about how many people are amazed.
Yeah.
How many people that have experienced so much, as you mentioned, you have Jonathan and you have Bill over on the border, and they're in awe of what's happening. For once, we could stop counting heads, you know, swimming across the Rio Grande, and we can look up and say, how the heck is that happening?
Yeah. You know what I like about it too, Jonathan? I feel that it's full circle on the word corona.
Right.
Because we were all in the middle of the coronavirus for, you know, over 3 years, and it had such an obvious negative connotation. And now everyone's talking about the corona of the sun, and it's something extraordinary and something uplifting. And also, I love that people have no, I can't really find any political agenda in this story. Can you?
Exactly, but I did feel bad for the Corona beer during the coronavirus. Now we don't call it that anymore, and now we're back with it, but this is more of a positive element. And as you see, I believe everything did get colder for a while. Things got a little dimmer. Would you say that it's kind of missed us a little bit, or is it yet to hit? Because we're past 320 when it was expected.
No, I think it already, you know, I think they had it over on the river more than we got it here because of all the skyscrapers around us. But the cool thing here was that you could see pockets of people. The sun was falling on their faces and their glasses, and they were all staring up at the sky, and it moved kind of in a clockwise fashion around this area. It kind of, it's like Stonehenge.
A little bit like Stonehenge, because they were around us, and we do have hedges. And they were looking at you to see what was going on. And again, all New York stopped and were just staring for 1 minute, or at least for 5 to 7 minutes. And even in a time in which on a Monday when it's quite busy, I think people just stopped driving for a while to go take this in. And I think it's pretty extraordinary. This is not going to happen a lot, but it's had people talking more about planets and solar systems. And I totally believe with Miss Michio Kaku just said, people are saying, you know, why are we not back on the moon? Why can't we be doing this? What do you know? People seem to be legitimately fascinated by science who don't have it this semester on their schedule.
Yeah, and you know, we have wars going on in Gaza and in Ukraine, and you know, you look at the strife that exists on this beautiful planet Earth, and it does make you feel that things are all in the universe, and you watch this movement of the solar system, and I think that it does put things into perspective a bit for people. I hope it does.
I do. I actually think that I'm more important now, so I'm a rarity. But unlike Bill Hammer.
You don't feel teeny tiny.
I don't.
For some reason, this made Brian feel bigger.
Yes, and that's why I'm going to see Dr. Drew a little bit later and find out why I feel that way. But I do find this is so interesting is that I've not found many people who said, I don't care. You know, sometimes people say, well, that's not a big deal. I thought to myself, this is a big deal to do it, and everyone's going to be talking about what's going on. And also, people are taking pictures of their pets and trying to find out if they are predicting this, how they're reacting to this. I have to report that my 2 Great Pyrenees, no reaction.
Really?
Sound asleep.
I was texting home a little while ago, a couple hours ago. I said, please record the dog's reaction to what happens. And I haven't received anything yet. So Michio is still with us. Michio, is it true that animals respond, you know, or feel the pressure of this as we look at the scene in Dallas, Texas, where we saw the totality about an hour and a half or something like that ago, and now you see this extraordinary, beautiful, beautiful image in the sky. Michio?
Yes, I think that people that have studied animals realize that animals are sensitive to the environment much closer than we humans. We humans live in a world where we have a world inside our head. With animals, they don't do that. Animals are very much in touch with the environment, temperature, luminosity, how much sunlight there is. And so I think that, yes, animals are much more sensitive to eclipses than we humans, who are sometimes oblivious to what's happening up there in the sky.
I think that's so true. I mean, anyone who has dogs or animals knows that they sense something outside long before you do. They feel when the ground is moving, you know, when something's going on outside or when a storm is coming. And they have an interesting relationship with nature that I think is one of the things that makes them really special. You know, we're sort of experiencing the sun kind of coming back a little bit. It feels like the air is warming a little bit here, Michio. Tell us what you anticipate as this moves further north and the window gets a little bit smaller with each movement, right?
Yeah, you mean for people that are near Canada?
Yes, Vermont. I know there's a bunch of people on ski mountains in Vermont waiting to see this.
Right. Well, right now I'm in Dallas, Texas, and we're one of the first people in the United States to experience this eclipse. But as you go further north, it does change. But I want to say that the reaction, I think, is universal. Awe. People are in awe of the universe. This is different. Previous eclipses have come and gone and ho-hum, but this is different. I think it's different because people are trying to put things into perspective. People are writing their bucket list now, and they want to know, what's it all mean? Have I done everything that I want to do in life? And astronomy is coming back. Who would have thought? Astronomy is coming back. People are worried about what's happening in outer space. They want to hitch a ride with some of these rockets that are going into outer space. And people are beginning to realize there's a whole universe out there. And so I think this eclipse is different. It's different from all the other eclipses that I've been through.
Mitchell, thank you so much. Great to have you with us today from Dallas, Texas, the first big destination of this amazing occurrence that we have all watched. And it's amazing to me to hear people on the ground who saw it full on saying that it was just an extraordinary personal experience for them. And we heard that in the voices of our reporters along the way as well. So Michio, thank you. Great to have you with us today.
Anytime. My pleasure.
Great to see you. We'll see you soon. So as you know, and as you heard in the days leading up to this, you need special glasses to be able to witness this if you're in that area of totality, if you're in that path. So there's, oh, look at this little doggy. It's hard to keep, it's really hard to keep these kind of glasses on a dog. I can attest to that. Let's bring in John Mulcahy, astrophysicist at the Carnegie Institution for Science. John, great to have you with us today. I know that you have been very highly anticipating this. How has it all been for you so far?
It's been amazing. I'm in Dallas as well, and we just had totality about an hour ago. And we were on the edges of our seats because of the clouds, but it cleared up just in time. And this is the third time I've seen a total solar eclipse, and every time it reminds me of, it's such a unique experience. It never disappoints.
And how do you describe the sort of the emotional impact of it and how it makes a human being feel to actually be able to witness the universe in action over the course of a few minutes?
Yeah, what I love about an eclipse, I think, is that it does remind us that we're a part of a bigger system, this bigger solar system, right? That you're on a planet with this moon and the sun. But I keep describing the total solar eclipse as unreal activity. Like, until you've seen it, you don't know what that means. And I had like 200 people on a grass field with myself, and they were all, a lot beforehand, most of them had not seen a total solar eclipse. And I said, you're not prepared for what you're about to see.
Why do you think
and after you see it, you're going to want to go again.
Why do you think this one, how did this differ from the ones you've seen before? And tell us about the scientific circumstances that made it so vibrant, and we could see the solar flares launching off of the edges of the star that is the sun.
That's right. Yeah, this was a particularly prominent one because I had seen 2017. I was in Montana for that one. And then in 2019, I had seen a total solar eclipse in Chile. But both of those were when the sun was at a not very active, what we call a solar minimum period. Right now, the sun is very active. People have been hearing about these flares over the last few months. It's super exciting. And so when that happens, the corona tends to be much brighter. And it was tremendously bright. The first thing I thought of when totality started, I was like, wow, that is not what it looked like in 2017 or 2019.
Explain to everyone
really quite impressive.
The swing between the minimum activity of the sun to the maximum activity, which is where it is now. What's different in those two scenarios, John?
Yeah, so every 11 years the sun goes through a cycle where it's extremely active, and then 11 years later it's not. And so, and then it goes back up, and it's on this very, very regular cycle. When it's quiet, like in 2017, there's virtually no solar flares or no activity. And then when it's very active, you get lots of activity. Like, as you know, the last few months we've been here reporting all these flares and various things. And this is related somehow to the magnetic field of the sun, but we don't really understand it that well. But it's a very regular cycle. And so we knew this was going to be much more interesting because the sun has been exceptionally active over the last few months. And it really showed with this eclipse. The corona was amazingly bright. which is what happens when the sun is very active.
So for scientists such as yourself, this is a science moment. What do you hope to learn? If you could have, conveyed to us, if you can convey to us, the things that you think we might know more about as a result of what we're viewing now.
Yeah, the funny thing is although I do view it as a scientist, I also view it as a human. It is such a human experience, and so for most people, that's what they get. And even for me, that's what it leaves me with. But from a science standpoint, the sun is the nearest star to us. It's the only one we can study in detail. And it's remarkable that we don't fully understand how it works. And an eclipse like this really gives us a chance, particularly to understand how the sun's surface is related to this corona of the atmosphere, which we really can only study in detail during these eclipses. So it's a really rare opportunity to kind of understand the sun. I've been saying a lot this week. The other thing is that the corona is the component that extends out into the solar system. It's the component that kind of eventually interacts with us here on Earth. And so we really kind of want to understand that because it can impact us in many ways.
And some of the corona, the sort of shooting off of the surface, not exactly, but the edges of the sun are extraordinary. And the distance that they are shooting out into the atmosphere is extraordinary. Can you explain that to us? I think it's called CME.
Yeah, so these are these are what we call mass ejections. That's the ME part of that from the coronal, and these are very large events. I mean, they can come out larger than, for instance, the Earth. I mean, on scales of the Earth, for instance, or bigger. Wow. And these are huge activities that happen on the sun, and that material that is being ejected from the sun does come out into the solar system, and this is, it's partly what causes, for instance, the northern lights.
Exactly.
As that activity, as it reaches us here on Earth. So it has a direct impact on us, and potentially, it can, in theory, do damages. We can have communication systems fail temporarily from these things. So understanding how this works is important. If we can understand how to do it and to predict it, that would be very helpful.
So these corona mass ejections, which you just described, are the reason that you'll see the northern lights in parts of Earth, correct?
Well, yes, because that material does, as I said, it comes out into the solar system and eventually it makes it to Earth. And it's those particles from the sun that are interacting with the Earth's magnetic field that creates the beautiful northern lights. And so, like this year, the northern lights should be tremendous this year because the sun is ejecting a lot of material.
And when can we expect to see them as a result of this?
Oh, yeah, the time scale is days to weeks later. Now, I should say, at the moment, the sun has been exceptionally active for the last few months. And so it's almost a continual thing. So this is probably a very good year if you're going to see the northern lights, because it's probably going to be most nights you'll be able to see.
Saw them in upstate New York once in June, and they're extraordinary. There are other places, of course, that you might see even bigger shows. But thank you so much, John Mulcahy. Fascinating to talk to you, and just amazing to keep watching these pictures. And thank you for being here. Great to have you with us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So let's check in with correspondent Nate Foy as we get a look at, this is the live shot of Cleveland. You can see that the moon is passing over the sun now. We saw that total eclipse over Cleveland, and now the moon is moving further to the left, and it's just creating this amazing geometry. It's really beautiful to look at. Nate Foy is over on the Intrepid in New York City, where he's been talking with people there. Hello again, Nate.
Hey, Martha, yeah, we're seeing the effects of that, the moon receding with it being a bit more brighter by the minute. The effects of the eclipse will last for under 10 more minutes here in New York. People are starting to leave the Intrepid, but we just learned that 3,000 people came to watch the eclipse today, including these two boys, Jude and Luke from Seattle. What did you guys think? That was pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, I've never seen the solar eclipse before, and it looks really cool because it's like we were downtown, I think, and it was like 1/3 of the way, then like 1/2. And now it's getting closer, and it looks really cool. So.
Yeah, and what about you, Luke?
It's a cool experience. I mean, like, all of downtown New York, people are lined the streets, and they're just watching it. It's not good for traffic, but, they're stopping and looking.
Don't let the Chicago Cubs sweatshirt fool you. They're from Seattle, and you guys are going to go back to school, and you'll have seen the eclipse, and your friends didn't. I think that you kind of have a pretty good story for the lunchroom. What do you think?
Yeah, and like I can't wait to tell my friends that I've been on news too. It's been really cool, and I've never been to New York in my life, so it's been really cool to watch the eclipse and stuff.
Yeah, I can I can brag to the kids, oh, I got on the news, ha, you didn't. I don't know, it's gonna be a cool experience.
Well, you guys definitely have bragging rights, and you checked a lot of boxes on this trip, so thank you very much. Safe travels home. Nice meeting you, boys. All right, from the Cubs to Delilah,
yes.
Yankees fan.
Yes.
We all experience the same thing, no matter what team we support. What did you think of the eclipse?
It was good. It was good. I felt the clouds kind of took in for the main, I guess, a main event. Yeah. The main circle, but it was good. It was a great experience. I love doing this with my kids. Did it the last time, and it was great.
Introduce me to your son here.
So this is Kason. Say hi.
Hi.
And that's
And Kason, you've actually seen 2 eclipses in your life, but I'm not sure you remember the first one in 2017. Do you have any recollection of it?
Yeah.
You do. What do you remember, and was today any different for you?
What was different is this one was kind of a shape of a Pringle at first, but last, when I went with my brother, it was kind of showing like a whole black hole, and the sun started to see like it was getting heated up.
It's pretty descriptive words right there. Yeah, it looked like a Pringle or like a bite of a cookie. For Mom, what was this like for you with your kids being a little bit older rather than, how they were in 2017?
I feel like they get to remember it now. Looking at videos and photos, that kind of keeps them to, I guess, remember how it was back in 2017. But now they actually have a imprint memory, core memory. Yeah.
All right, well, we got 20 years until the next eclipse in North America, so you guys certainly witnessed history today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for having us.
Of course. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you, buddy. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
There's a lot of excitement here on board the USS Intrepid, Martha. Again, people are starting to file out, but you can still see the eclipse for at least another few minutes. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Nate. I love that the New Yorker, of course, is a little skeptical about how great it was. She was like, it was okay. It was okay. There's the shot. Thank you so much, Nate. Nate Foy over on the Intrepid, which, if you haven't been, is a great place to visit with your kids. Extraordinary airplanes and all sorts of equipment that was used in the wars on that amazing aircraft carrier, the Intrepid. This is Indianapolis that you're looking at right now, and it does look like a cookie that has a big bite taken out of it. That's the sun in the background and the moon making its path over to the other side of it. So we are really being treated to some extraordinary sights today. And for one astronomer, this historic event is not just about science. It is also a religious experience. Chief religion correspondent Lauren Green is here with us in New York. Lauren, great to have you with us.
Oh, it's great to be here. You know what? I joined the hundreds, thousands of New Yorkers who descended out of the offices to watch the eclipse. A little sliver between the buildings.
Were you able to see?
Yes. With the glasses, I saw.
Right.
It was absolutely awesome. Absolutely incredible. And you know, the thing about it is that now that science can predict eclipses, they garner less fear and more fascination. But for one scientist, this rare event confirms his faith in God, but it might surprise you why. As the moon blocks out the sun and brings total darkness to a large swath of North America today, millions are marveling at the rare sight. But for physicist and astronomer Dr. Hugh Ross, it's a reminder that a solar eclipse that more than 100 years ago confirmed Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity, which proved the universe was finite and that it had a beginning.
The equations of general relativity reliably describe movements of bodies in the universe. Space and time are created, which establishes that the cause of the universe must be an entity or a being beyond space and time.
Now, Ross says only in the Bible, among all holy books, is God described in that way. Now, Ross says we live in a unique time in history of the universe when we just happen to be able to view these eclipses because the moon's distance from the Earth is the exact size it needs to be in order to completely block out the sun.
If we were here at a different time, we wouldn't be able to understand the physics of our sun, the physics of other stars to the degree that we can. God wanted us, in my opinion, to be able to read the whole book of nature.
Now, Ross says the eclipses give us a glimpse into God's character, that we can predict these celestial motions is not by chance, but because the Creator has ordered the world in that way and allowing us to connect with our designer. This is a very fascinating thing because it actually says the moon is actually pulling away from the Earth. So we are in the exact time in history, among millions of years, that we can actually view these eclipses where the moon totally blocks out the sun.
Because, of course, it's constantly evolving and changing.
Exactly.
And the spaces
exactly.
between.
And Einstein's theory confirmed that there is a beginning, that there is the Big Bang. So the universe is expanding like this. That's how we know that.
And it was interesting what he said at the beginning about how Einstein's theory of relativity, in his opinion, proved that the universe had a moment of beginning that could only have been created by an entity that set that into motion.
Well, understand that before the general relativity theory, scientists believed that the universe was static, eternal, that there was no beginning to it. It was Einstein's theory that actually confirmed it had a beginning, and Einstein actually inserted a factor to create the static universe and realized he had to take it out because it wasn't accurate. And that's what gave us the Big Bang.
Fascinating. It's so interesting. And of course, there's also discussion today about the hours during which Christ was crucified and whether or not the darkness that is described that came over that area for 3 hours is scientifically possible.
Well, that's what Dr. Ross says. He says from an astronomer's point of view, the crucifixion was something totally different. You know, a solar eclipse lasts for about 1 minute to 7.5 minutes, right? What the Bible describes during the crucifixion was total darkness for 3 hours. From an astronomer's point of view, that is not an eclipse. That is something else totally. And so you have to go back and say, okay, is there a natural cause of that, or is this another kind of miraculous kind of event that God created during the crucifixion?
It's really fascinating. And, you know, just very quickly in the last minute that we have, Lauren, we've heard everybody today that we've spoken to say that it sort of makes them think about their place in the world and how small we are in the universe and how short our time is on this planet.
Anybody who thinks that they're in control of their own life, if you see that solar eclipse, you have no implications that you are in control of your life, that there is somebody out there who can create that at this time in history for us to view.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Lauren always has a great perspective on these things and a depth of understanding of a lot of it that you bring to the table. So it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us today. What an extraordinary day, and we'll continue to watch this throughout the path as it moves north, upstate New York, into Canada. It's just an extraordinary experience that everyone is talking about and that you'll be talking about tonight around your dinner table with your family. So thank you for joining me on The Story today outside in the plaza. Great experience to be out here. We'll see you tomorrow back on The Story. Have a great evening.
Nothing I can say, total eclipse of the heart.
Well, you were looking live in New York City. Moments ago, the eclipse of the sun plunging the city into almost darkness. Millions of Americans across some 15 states looking up to catch it. Traffic stopping over it. Special Delta flights chasing it. Even stock trading on Wall Street slowed because of it. And NASA firing off 3 rockets to learn more about it. We're going to talk to the mission commander behind it. First, Fox team coverage with Jonathan Hunt in Indianapolis, where they just caught a glimpse of it. Nate Boy at a viewing party aboard the USS Intrepid for it. Max Gordon in Cleveland, where they're gathering all day just to see it, and a lot of them sticking around. And Janet Steen in the thick of it in Little Rock, Arkansas, on what animals we're making of it. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto, and that's true, what I just told you about. It even affected volume on the New York Stock Exchange when a lot of traders left their quotrons and computers to take a look outside. Very happy to have you, everybody. Let's get right to it. Jonathan Hunt in Indianapolis. He was monitoring this in the middle of the country. Jonathan, what was the reaction there?
Hey, Neil, it was an extraordinary reaction to what was a quite extraordinary event. I think none of us, among the 50,000 or so who had gathered here for a watch party at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, knew exactly how we would react as we approach that moment of totality, and then the sun completely disappeared behind the moon. For me, Neil, it actually felt quite emotional. It was certainly a physical and even spiritual reaction for a lot of people, I think, here as you look down the Speedway now. A few stragglers still here because, well, how often do you get to walk on the Speedway itself? But yeah, it was an extraordinary moment, Neil, and I think for a lot of people here, talking to them during it and after the 3 minutes and 49 seconds or so we had of totality here, we're talking about how it made them feel smaller, how it made them realize just how big the universe is, how awesome nature is. And I think for a lot of people it made them think about the divides that they have perhaps within their family, the divides that we see across the nation, politically speaking, the divides that we see globally with so many conflicts raging around the world. And I think a lot of people thought this makes us realize that let's put aside our differences, at least for today. This is one moment where we are unified, looking up at the skies, appreciating the sheer power of the universe in which we live, and in which we are, after all, just a tiny, tiny part. So it was an incredible experience, Neil. I felt absolutely privileged to be here, not just among these 50,000 great people who had come to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but to be part of this event itself. It really was quite incredible, breathtaking, and I have to say again, Neil, it actually made me feel a little emotional as the sun disappeared and then reappeared. And you could see from the people, the reactions here, it was much the same for a lot of them. Just gasps of awe and then cheers, just watching the universe, this cosmic coincidence, do its thing, Neil.
Well, you were doing your thing, and it was a wonder to see. Jonathan, thank you very much. Jonathan Hunt in Indianapolis on that. I want to go to Nate Boyd right now. Nate, I loved your coverage and your discussion a little earlier in New York. You're on the USS Intrepid with that girl. I think she was a 10-year-old girl who was even saying, compared to a concert she's going to of Olivia Rodrigo tonight, this beat that. That amazed me.
It certainly tells you how much she enjoyed it, Neil, because as I said, Olivia Rodrigo, if you don't know, she's just like a step below Taylor Swift. She's as famous as it gets right now. She's playing at MSG, and that girl Maddie said that she enjoyed this even more. She was more excited. She enjoyed this even more. She was more excited about the eclipse. She was one of 3,000 people that came here to the Intrepid Museum to view it. And honestly, Neil, you know, living in New York City, in Manhattan, sometimes you go days without seeing the sun because of all the skyscrapers. So a lot of people came out here on board the USS Intrepid on the Hudson to enjoy it and see it as well as they could. I want to talk to more of those people who just had this viewing experience. What's up, buddy? What did you think?
It was really good, and
Here, keep talking. It was really good. What was your favorite part?
My favorite part was when it was like a crescent moon, or a crescent sun, I mean.
Yeah. And I'll ask Mom, for the family, what kind of experience was this for you?
Oh, it was really amazing being able to share this experience together and just, you know, come here, and the atmosphere is just so great. And seeing something that we've never seen before, you know, we've never had this opportunity before. And to have it right here in New York City is amazing.
It's the first total eclipse in New York in 99 years. So it is a once-in-a-century moment. Dad, your big takeaway?
It was just great to take the kids out of school early and come down and have a good time, and, you know, something we'll never get to do again probably with them. So it was awesome, unless we travel.
Awesome stuff, guys. I'm glad that you had a great time. Neil, we have one more family to chat with. You guys live in New York.
Yes, we do.
Tell me about your big takeaways. What did you think?
Yes, you know, so my son and my fur baby here, we were, you know, anticipating this for weeks on end, and so we tried to do everything we could to prepare, and, you know, we were a little bummed out that, you know, the clouds rolled in right as, you know, we got to that peak, but, you know, just excited that we still got to get out and see everyone actually care about what's happening, so that was cool.
And your son's name's Bryce?
Yes.
Bryce, well, how did it, how was it compared to what you thought that it was going to be?
I thought it was going to be, like, really, like, dark, but the sun really, like, the clouds really just covered it, and I was really bummed out because I have my glasses here, and I was just ready to see it.
Do you remember the eclipse in 2017?
I do not.
You do not. What about you, Mom?
No, I don't. We were out on the West Coast, so even if so, it was partial. And, you know, the next one, not for what, another 22. How old are you going to be? 20 years?
33.
3, all right. Good stuff. Well, nice meeting you guys. I'm happy that you had a great time. Thank you. You know, Neil, people here in New York City saw 90% of totality. For that extra 10%, you got to go to upstate New York. Niagara Falls is where Governor Kathy Hochul took it in today. The mayor there says that they expect more people, more visitors in Niagara Falls today than any other day in the city's history, and 385,000, up to 385,000 people expected to visit New York today to view the eclipse, which again in New York is now over as it continues to move northeast right now over Maine. We'll send it back to you, Neil.
I love the interviews with the kids, Nate, but that one little guy, he's 13 now, so 20 years from now, he'll only be 33. I'll be 112. That's amazing. So he has a shot at this. Me, I'm not so much. Nate, great job today. I appreciate it. And you know, Max Gordon deserved this break today. I was telling him earlier on Fox Business, which if you don't get, you should demand. Anyway, one of the things we were saying is we put him in harm's way on the biggest stories, weather stories and others. So he's used to disasters. So he had the treat today of seeing something that few human beings get to see. Max, what was it like in Cleveland?
Yeah. Well, Neil, there are certain stories that you cover as a journalist, especially when you're live, where you're simply experiencing it and you're just trying to take the viewer along with you and just try to give them a little taste of what it's like to be there. And to be here in Cleveland during totality was simply incredible. We saw a sunset 360 degrees around us while we were plunged into darkness here in downtown Cleveland. All around me, we had people staring up at the sky. And, you know, just to echo what Jonathan said earlier, this was a moment where everyone was experiencing the same thing, you know, across the country. Everyone was staring up at the same sun as it was blocked by the moon. And it was simply beautiful. It was incredible. We saw the corona of the sun and the prominence here in Cleveland, this amazing solar flare, a prominence on the southern tip of the sun. It was just amazing to watch, amazing to experience, and this is going to be something that I personally will never forget as a journalist and as a person.
Beautiful stuff. Now the bad news for you, Max. I don't know if you saw your assignment for tomorrow, but we'll talk when you come home. All right. Great job, Max. Max Gordon on all of that. Meanwhile, Janet Steen, the weather machine, she goes anywhere all over the world, but she had a unique venue for this in Little Rock, Arkansas. Went to a zoo. Because she's like Dr. Dolittle and the animals talk to her, but strangely she talks back. But anyway, she witnessed all of this. Janet, how did that go down?
It went spectacularly, Neil Cavuto. I have to tell you, I was a little worried because earlier last week we were looking at Little Rock and it looked like we were going to see some storms. We certainly saw storms in parts of Texas and the severe threat. Of course, you want to stay tuned to Fox Weather for all of your severe weather alerts. But here in Arkansas, Little Rock in particular, clear skies. And Susan, what did you think? This was your first eclipse.
I totally understand what the hype is all about. What an absolutely amazing experience this was. And it was so fun to experience it here at the Little Rock Zoo.
Yeah, you're the director here. Tell me about attendance. Was it up?
It was up, especially for a Monday. So we had about 1,500 people, which is a great crowd for us.
And what do you think people took away from this event?
Well, I think people were excited. I think people had an absolutely incredible experience. I was over at Great Apes, and people were literally screaming and crying. I mean, it was just a really just energetic experience.
Let's talk about the animals. This is Eclipse, by the way. And Sydney, tell me what kind of goat Eclipse is.
So Eclipse is an African pygmy goat, and he's 8 years old.
Hi, and he does tricks.
He does, yes. Okay, so this is one of his tricks. He can turn. Oh, he's eating right now. He has to take a second.
I understand. Finish what you're eating. Okay.
You turn?
Oh.
He's a pretty smart little boy.
Yeah. And you witnessed some animal behavior during the eclipse. What happened here?
So I was down here at the Arkansas Heritage Farm, and I noticed a lot of our animals actually came inside. Like it was the end of their day here. Yep. Like when we're feeding them, one of our horses was running around. She's like, hey, where was our dinner at? So it was pretty fun.
And there were reactions from the elephants too. Did you hear about that?
I did not, actually.
Yes, Susan, we were by the elephants. And there was trumpeting to be heard.
Yeah, we had some trumpeting that happened, and our chimpanzees were fascinating too. I was over there when that happened, and they went on what we call patrol. They got in a single file line and started checking out the exhibit. It was just a little strange for them, so they were just making sure everything was okay. It was just a lot of interesting things happening all over the zoo.
And the reception was pretty amazing. You know, we had a perfect view of the total eclipse for 2.5 minutes at 1:51 p.m.
Yeah, I mean, how great to be able to see that and to have that amount of time to just be able to experience something. And again, like I said, this was something none of us have ever seen before. And to be able to see it for the first time was really, truly amazing.
Well, I'm excited because in 20 years from now, the total solar eclipse is going to happen in Little Rock, Arkansas. So I hope you'll have me back.
Oh, we would love to have you back. And you don't have to come back just for the eclipse. We want you to come back for so many other things. We have so many great things happening here at the zoo and just in Little Rock in general.
I love it. You know, this is my first time in Little Rock, Arkansas. I will definitely bring my family. Neil Cavuto, a lot of the animals felt like it was nighttime and they wanted to take a nap after the solar eclipse. And me, as a weather anchor, I feel like I could probably curl up and take a nap as well. So back to you.
You should have told them my show's on at 4. That should do the trick. So great job, Janice. It was really fun watching all of you guys today. You really put your heart and soul into it. It was fun. It was fun to watch. I was checking the stock market myself, Janice, but I heard about this whole phenomenon. So thank you very much. We have a lot more. You know, they launched not 1, not 2, but 3 rockets to study this thing and the phenomenon of this thing all today. You wonder what that was about? We're on it after this.
Can Sugar Ray Leonard do everyday tasks wearing boxing gloves?
Happy birthday.
And now putting on his new ArchFit Skechers Slip-ins. You just step in and go with comfort that will knock you out. Try new ArchFit hands-free Skechers Slip-ins.
A wide leaf filter? It's well designed, efficient. I appreciate that.
Leaf filter technology keeps debris out of your gutters for good. Guaranteed.
What more could you ask for?
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER today or visit leaffilter.com.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the Ozempic Trizone. Ozempic! I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
I'm a bird stuck in Larry Bird's attic. And I'm going cuckoo.
What the heck?
What you got, Larry? May the best bird win. Rick. You may be a legend on the court, but you're an amateur up here. Heads up, Larry. So get Allstate. Save money and be protected from mayhem. Like me. Now you're the bird stuck in the attic.
First an earthquake, now the total solar eclipse. How are Americans feeling about these natural phenomenons? Find out as primetime hits the streets tonight.
The way many Americans invest today is broken. Over the last 2 years, the return for a standard retirement portfolio was a negative 1.7%. That stings, especially when you consider those willing to learn to invest in individual stocks or offer substantially better returns like these. Hi, I'm Charles Payne, and if your current investing strategy is failing you and your retirement dreams feel like they're slipping away, then I'd like to invite you to my upcoming free live event. After attending, your eyes will be open to a new way of investing that replaces limited returns with boundless opportunities, market anxiety with financial confidence, and transforms your investing strategy from broken to unbreakable.
Go to unbreakableInvestorEvents.com now to get your name on the invite list for Charles Payne's free upcoming live online event.
E-tickets are going fast, so don't wait. Go to unbreakableinvestorevent.com now. That's unbreakableinvestorevent.com.
I still love to surf, snowboard, and of course skate. So I take Cunol Magnesium to support my muscle and bone health. Cunol's extra strength, high absorption magnesium helps me get the full benefits of magnesium. Cunol, the brand I trust.
If your employer doesn't supply health care coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private health care is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with no deductible. To get the coverage you need, call the number on the screen now.
All right, still following this solar eclipse today as it passes through Maine right now. But what was interesting about today is you not only had an opportunity to watch this on terra firma on Earth, 3 different rockets launched today to study it in greater detail. Here to give us a perspective on what that's all about and these multiple launches, Mike Mazatlan, the former NASA astronaut, Moonshot, a NASA astronaut's guide to achieving the impossible. It's a great book and it's done with great humor. Terry Virts as well, the former International Space Station commander, retired NASA astronaut. Guys, as you know, I'm a fellow astronaut because Gene Cernan famously gave me a pin to prove it. So I guess we're all astronauts together. But in all seriousness, guys, you got to help me out with this multiple rocket launch today to study all of this. First to you, Mike, what was that about? Is it about?
Well, whenever we have, it's great to see you, Neil, and Terry. Nice outfit. Good hat. I hope you also wore glasses, though, when you were viewing. Yeah.
I could still see the sun. Everywhere I look, I could see the sun. I don't know why.
It's an opportunity for us not just to enjoy this spectacular event on Earth and view the eclipse. It's also an opportunity for scientists to learn about the sun and what they call space weather, which is the activity of the sun. So the sun is so bright, it's really hard to observe it under normal circumstances. But the Earth, when the moon eclipses the sun, it acts as a natural, what we call a coronagraph, which blocks out the brightness of the sun. It's also used to observe stars, a coronagraph is, and you can just see the outer corona of the sun itself. And so they can study and measure the activity of the sun. And by having a telescope or a probe, a satellite above the atmosphere to do that, which is, I assume, what they're doing with these rockets, you get an even clearer view of it because you're above the atmosphere.
You know, Terry, what's fascinating about it as well is they were launched at 3 different times. So 45 minutes before, then during, and 45 minutes after the peak local eclipse. What's the purpose of that? What is that about?
Well, those particular rockets were looking at how the sunlight affects the upper atmosphere. So it went up in the very high atmosphere, you know, a few hundred miles above Earth, to see, you know, before, during the eclipse, and after, to see how that atmosphere changes. And that atmosphere is very important for communications, for satellite communications, for electric power grids. So the scientists are just trying to get some basic scientific information about our atmosphere that you can only really get during an eclipse.
You know why? You guys know this inside now, which makes you astronauts. Well, it makes us all astronauts. But Mike, I know there are going to be viewers saying, Neil, you're not an astronaut. But Mike, there are a lot of people who were stunned, as was I, that some of these solar flares we're witnessing go millions of miles from the sun. And this is that rare opportunity to kind of witness that, you know, calculate that, study that. What do we gain from that, Mike?
Well, we had, I think it was a couple months ago, Neil, we had solar activity that actually affected communications on Earth. There was some dropouts, some communication dropouts. And so when we have that type of activity, it's helpful to be able to predict that, to know when that's going to happen. And the more they learn about the sun, the better that they can predict those things. Also for people up on the space station, or as we have people traveling even further out into away from our planet, they are susceptible to these solar flares, to that radiation. So understanding how it behaves and trying to predict its nature and when they may happen will help us prepare for them and be able to be ready when they occur.
It is amazing. I know these were taking off from the Wallops the flight facility in Virginia, but we've seen a lot of launches, period, not only sending crews back and forth to the International Space Station, but Terry, many more were at the Space Coast, and it almost seems like every other day there's a launch. So it's busy these days. What do you make of it?
Well, it is busy. The space industry has been really exploding. SpaceX in specific has been launching just a ton of rockets. It's a lot of them are for the Starlink system that they're putting in space, so they got a lot of thousands of satellites they need to launch, so that means there's a lot of launches happening. There's a few other companies, Blue Origin, Rocket Labs, there's a lot, but it's a great time for the American space industry. Actually, America has really been dominating what used to be a Russian-dominated industry until about 5 years ago, so it's been good news for that segment of the American economy for sure.
You know, there are a lot of players in space right now too, besides us, of course, coming back big time with, you know, with partnerships with government and space companies and billionaires like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and on and on. But Mike, I was noticing that when you add China and what it's doing on the moon and setting up the space station on the moon, spends a lot of time on the far side of the moon, but we don't get many details about that. I don't mean to use this day as a chance to raise eyebrows and worries, but it's like they're not participating in all the fun, and some are worried about that. What do you think?
Well, it's unfortunate. I think it would be great to be able to have all the countries of the world cooperate, and I think it's even for countries that may not always get along in certain matters, you can usually agree on scientific and exploration objectives. So I would hope that we'll be able to cooperate with all the countries around the world. Right now, that's not happening, but certainly I think also there is a little bit to be said for competition, and maybe a little competition will help us get there a little bit quicker.
That's well put. I think, Terry, in the case of John F. Kennedy, when our space program was launching, it helped to have sort of like an enemy, not that that's probably the right word, in the Soviet Union at the time. We wanted to beat them to the moon, and that was the focus and the challenge. We kind of lost that after the end of the Apollo program with Apollo 17 cutting down from, or to be 21 or 22 Apollos, and never quite the same, but it's changing now. How do you see it now, Terry?
Well, that's true. Competition, like Mike said, is a great thing. You know, without the Red Sox, or nowadays without the Astros, the Yankees wouldn't have to work so hard. So competition is a good thing. I think in the future, you know, hopefully we can work together. There's some things on Earth are more important than working in space, but Mike and I both were at NASA during a time where we had some really great cooperation. I mean, we built the International Space Station, so that's a model of how we can and do things. We just need to make sure that governments behave better on Earth, because that's where most people live. But the cooperation was my favorite part of being an astronaut, to be honest.
Yeah, that's interesting, because that's in our DNA to cooperate and sort of attack this with the same zeal. Hopefully that returns. Mike and Terry, thank you very much. An honor to have both of you. All right, in the meantime here, we told you what a big event this was all over the country where this was going on, because 99% of Americans could catch some of this. There's maybe more than others in some places. But in Dallas, they were actually kind of worried because Mother Nature wasn't cooperating. That was until the moment itself. Casey Stiegel is there. Hey, Casey.
Hey, Neil, yeah, and also talk about a big shot in the arm for the economy. One economist says that today's solar eclipse will wind up being the most profitable few minutes in the state's 179-year history. We'll break it all down for you up next in a live report.
In the dark of the sun, we will stand together. Yeah, we will stand as one.
Lowe's knows there's nothing like the thrill of finding the best deal. That's why we've got Doorbusters this Spring Fest, happening now while supplies last. Shop Spring Fest Doorbusters before they're gone.
We got the house! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
What's up?
Who are you?
I'm your inner child. Get in. Listen, what you really need in life is some freaking torque.
What?
Horsepower keeps you going, but torque gets you going.
What happened to my inner child craving love and acceptance?
How about you love and accept this? Power shot.
When can I drive?
You already are.
The Dodge Hornet RT, the totally torqued out crossover.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
This is my father, Bob.
This is my daughter, Lisa.
And we love Balance of Nature. Don't you?
You think I'm going to say no to her? Balance of Nature is a very good product. It's simple application, a simple thing to take.
It's fruits and veggie in a capsule.
That's it. Balance of Nature has helped me get along very well.
Get 35% off and $10 off any additional sets by using discount code Fox News.
They get it. They know how it works. And more importantly, it works for them.
I don't have any anxiety about money anymore. I don't have to worry about a mortgage payment every month.
It allowed me to live in my home and not have to make payments.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, you could access your equity to improve your lifestyle. A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts tax-free cash in your pocket. Call 855-293-3059.
It was the best thing I've ever done. And
Really?
Yes, without a doubt.
Just like these folks, AAG can show you how a reverse mortgage loan uses your built-up home equity to give you tax-free cash.
It's a good thing.
Why don't you get the facts like these folks did?
Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. Call 855-293-3059. 855-293-3059.
I know a lot of you say my greedy little friends on Wall Street really don't care about something as majestic as an eclipse. Well, they left their computers for about 3 minutes today to catch it for themselves. So there, then they made some more money.
Why would I use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself. I can't trust anything else to do the job right.
Kayak. Search one and done.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax?
I broke 4 generations of family tradition.
Ma, I want to make perfume.
So I made Barbara's new side gig count by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Intuit TurboTax.
Spirit. Yeah. Not me. Nice going, Lou. Nothing like a little confidence boost to help ease you back into the dating scene. That includes having a smile you feel good about. Fortunately, Aspen Dental specializes in dentures and implants made just for you. And with flexible financing, you don't need to sacrifice quality work for a price that fits your budget at $0 down plus 0% interest if paid in full in 18 months. Helping our patients put their best smile forward. It's one more way Aspen Dental is in your corner.
You know, speaking of the eclipse, and Casey Stiegel's been covering this, but you know what I discovered with Casey reporting on the economic impact of this? He is a darn good business reporter as well. In fact, a little too good for my liking. Anyway, he joins us out of Dallas with the economic impact of all of this. What do you have, buddy?
Hey, Neil, good to see you. $6 billion, all right? That is an awful lot of money, and that is how big the economic impact of this out-of-this-world experience today is supposed to have across the entire country. And here in Texas specifically, we're supposed to get the biggest chunk of that because we had the largest area, the most land mass in the totality zone. In fact, multiple large metropolitan areas like San Antonio, Austin, and Dallas-Fort Worth here. Officials in the Lone Star State initially said that they wouldn't have the final figures until it's all over, but they say preliminary estimates put that number anywhere between $150 to $600 million. For context, in Dallas alone, hotels were 99% full, some 35,000 rooms, while campgrounds were at 90% capacity, and some 500,000 people were expected to visit, like this woman we met from Washington, D.C.
This time it looks like there's a bunch of different cities that are actually on the totality map, but Dallas was just such a major flight hub, so easy to get to. I had a couple colleagues and friends in the area, so I was like, we should meet up too and try to make a party of it.
Area roadways have been packed with people, with cops shutting some areas down to better accommodate the surge of traffic. Rental cars practically sold out, and DFW International Airport no doubt expecting very, very long lines as all of those eclipse goers who flocked here head home and start to trickle back to their final destinations. Neil?
All right, that's enough of you, young man, doing these excellent business stories, all right? That's fine.
Well, thank you. Very kind.
All right, great job. Casey Siegel in Dallas, Texas. Steve Wright with us right now, Vermont's Jay Peak Resort General Manager. And we were intrigued to have Steve come over and talk to us because everything's booked in Vermont. Everything's booked in a lot of hotels and all. Business booming. Steve, this started early, right?
Yeah, we've had, nice to be here, Neil. We've had about 900 rooms booked for about a year here at Jay Peak. And although we won't do the 600 million that Dallas was talking about, the last 2 or 3 days will absolutely make our fiscal year. April's the end of our fiscal. And along with about 40 inches of snow in the last 2 days, this eclipse has meant the world to us.
40 inches of snow?
Yeah.
And you've been getting a lot just the last, week or so, right? So that's wild. But Steve, the one thing when you book all of these rooms, now obviously this date was well known. We're going to see April 8th. We're going to see this big eclipse throughout, the continental United States, big time by you. Were those rooms booked years ago? What can you tell us?
We booked our very first room 4 years ago. So
wow.
Just at the beginning of the pandemic, we booked our first room. I had no idea what an eclipse was at that point, but I can tell you I found out real quickly what it was. We adjusted our rates and we started to book, and we put everything on the side and booked everything within a year of the date. And we have a couple hundred people that live in the town that we're in here, and we had more than 10,000 people here today on campus, and it was spectacular.
That's amazing. You said you adjusted your rates. What are they normally? What were they for this event?
Well, they're normally in April, even though JP gets the most snow in eastern North America. April is the end of the season, so we're on late season rates. So I will simply say that it was late season plus that we adjusted the rates to here.
I like that. Late season plus.
Yeah, we didn't gouge folks, but we made a good number here this weekend.
Any difficult? That's a big crowd to put up with. I was reading about Niagara Falls that they had a state of emergency right now, just dealing with the million plus who descended on Niagara Falls. Now, obviously, it's a different creature for you. You did have the added appeal of the snow and skiing and all of that, but any difficulties with any of all those people?
Extraordinarily well behaved. Somewhere between a very busy holiday weekend at a ski resort and a dead show. So that's what it felt like here today. A little bit of everything, and everything went off smoothly, and everyone was super well behaved.
So obviously none of my relatives made it to your place, but it sounds like you handled it all.
We handled everything. No, we didn't see any caboodles here. We had our eyes peeled for them. We didn't see anybody, though.
Yeah, just leave the prosciutto and the cup of cola out on the main table. Steve, I'm glad everything went well. Congratulations.
Thank you, Neil.
All right, Steve Wright, Vermont's Jay Peak Resort General Manager. That's true. They've been getting hit by a lot of snow and ice. All right, we have a lot more coming up, including right now Joe Biden. He is still eclipsing Donald Trump on the money-raising front. See what I did there? But don't assume that Donald Trump isn't still shooting for the stars. Basic cable, my friends, basic cable.
Right now, pet dander, skin cells, mold spores, pollen, and dirt are being sucked into your air ducts. Get cleaner air and system efficiency now with Stanley Steamer. Your air ducts aren't clean until they're Stanley Steamer clean.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
When we say it'll be on time, they expect it to be on time.
Turn shipping to your advantage.
Keep those expectations with reliable ground shipping.
Thanks, Brandon.
With USPS Ground Advantage.
Our pharmacy has been in business for nearly 100 years. My wife and I have run it for the last 30. American technology is making us more efficient and customer friendly. We use online tools to fill prescriptions, process insurance claims, and make deliveries. But some in Washington want to undermine the technology tools we rely on. Their misguided agenda will empower our foreign adversaries and hurt small businesses like ours. Our leaders need to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Accept the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose quickly stops migraine in its tracks. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Have you or anyone you know ever been stationed at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune? Camp Lejeune's water was contaminated by fuel leaks. If you had any water contact while at Camp Lejeune and been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune myself for 4 years, this cause hits close to home. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune and have cancer or Parkinson's, visit CampLejeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, for the veterans.
It's only a matter of time until your check engine light comes on, or worse yet, your car needs repair. That could mean a big surprise auto repair bill. Those repairs are more expensive than ever. A new engine can be over $5,000. A new transmission over $4,000. That's why it's so important you call CarShield today. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country.
I like CarShield because they were reliable, they were affordable, and they were trustworthy.
Well, I think everybody should have CarShield. Once your manufacturer's warranty is expired, there's just no big bills. If we needed repairs, CarShield was there for us.
Now it's your turn to get the peace of mind that comes with having CarShield, so you can worry less about auto repairs. Call or go online right now to get CarShield for yourself. Friendly, knowledgeable, money-saving representatives are available 24 hours a day. So if your car is 20 years old or newer, just tell us the make and model of your car or truck to get an instant plan quote. In a matter of minutes, you can be covered.
I was elated that I had CarShield. I was more than happy.
It's no fun when you have a car and it's broken and you can't pay for it to get it fixed.
Here's how CarShield works. When your car needs repair, you take it to your favorite mechanic or even your dealer, and CarShield gets them paid directly. That's why CarShield is America's #1 auto protection provider.
CarShield is just the best thing to take away the fear that when something is going to go wrong with your car, because it will, and CarShield is going to be there to back you up.
My experience with CarShield is that they absolutely come through every time I need them.
If my car breaks down, I can count on CarShield to cover it for me. CarShield definitely has my back.
Now it's the time to make the smart choice and protect yourself from sky-high auto repair bills. Call now for a free and instant protection plan quote. It's only a matter of time until repairs are needed, and once your car breaks down, it's too late.
Call 1-800-908-6039 or go to carshield.com. Get covered today.
You know, for the longest time, he might have been trailing in the polls, but Joe Biden was eclipsing one Donald J. Trump when it came to money raised, and in fact, it had been lapping him in that money race. But now, all of a sudden, well, Donald Trump is red hot again and shooting for the stars, and that exhausts all my eclipse analogies. So let's go to Charlie Gasparino with what's going on here in the money race.
I was going to say, I haven't heard that many cliches in one sentence in a long time.
Oh, then you haven't been on this show nearly enough. But how does it look?
By the way, was there an eclipse? Because I didn't. It looked pretty light outside to me.
Incredible. Go ahead.
Anyway, listen, here's the thing you have to realize about Donald Trump. He doesn't need as much money to run against Joe Biden that Joe Biden needs against him. I mean, Joe Biden's going to conduct a campaign that's, you know, largely hidden from the press. You know, he's not going to be, his advisors are not going to put him out there because he's not just gaffe prone, but now he's old and he's, you know, in some ways feeble. And that adds to the perception that he's not physically capable for the job or the reality, however you want to put it. So Trump does need money, but he needs to, all he needs to do is close that gap a little bit. And, you know, listen, if you're looking at the numbers now, and if you're looking at this weekend, the Palm Beach fundraiser by John Paulson as sort of an anecdote and an indicator, he's probably going to get enough money to be competitive from a money standpoint, particularly from large donors. What I understand is, except for a handful of holdouts, and we can go through that handful in a few minutes, you know, a lot of people are coming back to him. They're looking at Trump, Biden, and, you know, as far left as Trump is gone, as Biden has gone, you know, has really turned off a lot of, you know, people that believe in free markets. So even if you have reservations about Donald Trump's divisiveness and January January 6th antics. If you're a big GOP mega donor, you're thinking, you know, should I be worried about President Kamala Harris? Should I be worried about turning the White House again for another 4 years over to the far left of the party, which Joe Biden has done in the previous 4 years? And I think that could really help Donald Trump marginally. Now, there are holdouts, and, you know, we were talking about this today on Fox Business, Neil. You know, Ken Griffin, the big mega donor, GOP mega donor, holdout right now. Steve Schwartzman, another big mega donor, and someone who is close to Trump, still holding out. He's the CEO of Blackstone. Marian Adelson, who was, you know, her husband was a huge donor to Trump. They were actually all pretty close at one point. You know, somehow got turned off by Donald Trump, and she was supporting DeSantis, and I think at least Haley at the end. So those are three mega donors that my guess is Donald Trump is going to try to woo back into the fold. As a matter of fact, I heard there's open communications and all this other stuff, but we'll see if they come back. But if he can kind of get them back in, he's going to have to, I think he's going to have, at least the people I speak to think he's going to be okay in the money side. Now, remember, Neil, it was a story we did on your show in 2016. Every time the guy opens his mouth, he creates a media buy. Now, every time he puts something on Truth Social, you know, people tune in. The guy does have, you know, a sort of an array of talents that mere mortals don't on the sort of publicity side. So, again, he doesn't need it as much as Biden, and he'll be out and about, and Biden won't be. So, put that together. That's what I'm hearing from the GOP faithful. Neil, back to you.
A lot of folks are focusing on Miriam Edelson, of course, Sheldon Adelson's widow. Right. She and her husband gave close to $100 million to the Trump campaign the last go-round. She is held off for the time being. Do we know why?
Well, she supported Haley and DeSantis, and my guess is that she, you know, we once interviewed Sheldon. Since he's passed, I guess I can talk about this. Actually, one of my old producers interviewed Sheldon, and we did a story on it for Fox Business that quoted him on background and things of that nature, where you know, he's always had reservations about Trump, just personally. You know, he thought he was divisive, overly divisive. He opened his mouth too much tweeting. I mean, I got to go back and pull the story, but essentially what I said, and I think, you know, Miriam is probably echoing some of those things. Now, he still gave to Trump in 2016, right. A lot, and because he looked at the sort of differences between the two and said, you know, Hillary, Trump, you know, I'm going here. This is better for America. And I did see Sheldon Adelson at the Trump inaugural, one of the inaugural balls, which I happened to sneak into, and I went under the guise of Jerry Jones, just so you know. Okay. I can't tell you how that happened, but what I will tell you is that you know, Sheldon was always a little skeptical of Donald from the sort of personal behavioral standpoint, and I think. But he gave. So, his wife might give now. We'll see, right? I think they're all open to it. I just think they look at what's going on in Washington now. They look at the Biden administration just from economic policies, and I think they're going to say, you know, do we really want 4 more years of this? And you know, these are all business people. Sure.
So if Donald Trump did get money from her, he'd be over the moon about it, I guess, right?
He will be, but I bet you he's, you know him. You and I have been covering him forever. He's one of the most persuasive and charming people when he wants to be. Yeah. And I guarantee he's turning on that charm right now.
Yeah. As business acumen goes, few eclipse him. So yes, I'm done with the analogies. Thank you, Charlie. You are the sun, the moon, and the stars to this broadcast. I'm done, folks, almost, because Brandy Campbell in Rochester, New York, where she also got to see this whole totality thing up close. She was near some great food, too. But, of course, she doesn't eat the same kind of food that I do. She actually looks after her weight and all of that stuff. Anyway, Brandy, how did it go there today?
Oh, Neil, while many people or cities along that path of totality had a great show, here in Rochester, we didn't quite need our glasses as clouds stole the show, but we still got quite the spectacle. I'll have more about that after the break.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles to help me out.
Splurgy Tina loves a hotel near Rodeo Drive.
Oh, Tina.
Wild Tina booked a farm stay to ride this horse.
Glenn Close?
With millions of possibilities. You can book whoever you want to be.
That's my line.
Booking.com.
Booking.
Yeah.
Ooh, trouble seeing, buddy? You should book an exam at America's Best. America's Best. They have one of the nation's largest groups of optometrists. Oh, you're very welcome. Actually, the exam may cost less than your usual doctor. It's a real value because... Wait, can't you talk? But I can. Don't you think that's weird? America's Best Eye Exam, because eye care is health care, and you deserve the best.
There are many ways to do things. At Old Dominion Freight Line, we do them this way. This way has people who start early, people who care, and inspire each other to do things the way they should be done. This way uses technology and goes the extra mile to deliver your promises on time, every time. This way is why we're the #1 national LTL carrier for quality. For us, this way is the right way, which is why it's the only way we go.
New from Realtor.com. Real View maps now feature precise heat, wind, and air quality ratings on every home listing. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
With the Freestyle Libre 3 system, know your glucose levels. No finger sticks needed. All with the world's smallest and thinnest sensor. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Tonight on the Ingram Angle, questions swirling about the Biden administration's ability and commitment to get that Baltimore Bridge back up. We dig in. That's tonight on the Angle.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Did you know? Identity theft cases have increased over the last 5 years, and tax fraud ranks among the top 5 types of identity theft. Taxes are stressful enough. Don't let identity theft add to your worries. PCmatic provides complete protection from online threats, including identity theft. Just visit PCmatic.com.
Earwax is a real problem. There are many products that claim to work, but most fail and can even make it worse. Why not use what your doctor uses, the WaxRx system? WaxRx is doctor-developed and specially engineered to safely flush out earwax. Just look at what is removed. WaxRx has everything you need, including earwax softening drops and our exclusive pH conditioning formula. Don't risk your hearing. Get your own WaxRx system now at fine retailers everywhere.
I just couldn't stay in shape like I used to. But luckily, I found Nugenix.
Nugenix is a unique man-boosting formula that helps increase your free testosterone level. To get a complimentary bottle, text LARGE to 321321.
Rochester, New York was one of those cities of totality where you're supposed to see the entire thing, the entire eclipse. Mother Nature didn't entirely cooperate. It might have happened that way in Dallas, not necessarily Rochester, New York. Brandy Campbell there with the latest. Brandy, what happened?
Well, Neil, yeah, I guess it's what didn't happen. So here in Rochester, we had clouds really threatening our view all morning. And really, as we got later into the afternoon, the clouds just really came in thicker and thicker. We had low-level clouds, which is what our meteorologist said we did not want to see. And as you can tell by looking behind me, we still have it. So 3:20 p.m. when totality hit, the sun was still not to be found, but people, they did the countdown from 10 and the crowd went wow. The sky went completely dark. Neil, it almost seemed as though it was nighttime here. That's how dark it got. Our Fox Forecast Center, they told me if it is a cloudy total eclipse, you will get a darker experience. So we did feel that. I also had my anemometer ready because we knew you could also feel that temperature drop as the moon covers the sun. And actually I could see in just seconds the numbers were going down. I was counting 71, 70, 69. It went down to 65 degrees. I saw about a 10-degree drop. And again, that was just in minutes. So we did get that experience, but I met people from all over, a lot of people from around New York City, that area, just driving 5 hours, but even, you know, even further. So, of course, they wanted to see the full show, but they did get an experience with thousands of people. I was told there was over 6,000 people here. This is actually the Rochester Museum for Science. So, you know, they threw on a show. They had live music, entertainment, an astronaut here to talk to the crowd. So, still a time to be had, but maybe some folks disappointed by not getting to see that corona of the sun like some of our other cities did. Indianapolis, Dallas.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched it from my Fox Weather app and I got goosebumps. So I couldn't imagine what it was like in person. Neil?
You know, Brandy, the consolation prize is Rochester, New York has great food. My dad grew up there, visited there many times. So maybe before you go, you can stop by Nick Tahoe's. They have something called a garbage plate. It's you've heard about it, right? Now, come on, that's well worth it. Eclipse, who cares?
They're closed.
What? Are you?
They open up for a couple of hours.
Oh, for God's sake. All right,
I'll just have to come back.
all right. Well, you have the LDR pit, you have Shaler's, you have so much more, but man, you are in the capital, in the New York region of some great food. You know, you have to talk to your doctor about whether it's wise to eat it, but I'm serious, it's great food.
I know.
That should be your consolation prize. Brandy, thank you very much. Brandy Campbell. All right, we have a lot more coming up, including Jonathan. I don't know if he's ever been to Nick Tahoe and tried the garbage plate. I do know he's in Indianapolis and been talking to folks who witnessed something that maybe was bigger than food, if ever.
She got down, she never thought that she's gonna make it through the night. She's gonna make it through the night.
Can Sugar Ray Leonard do everyday tasks wearing boxing gloves?
Hattie's birthday.
And now putting on his new ArchFit Skechers Slip-ins. You just step in and go with comfort that will knock you out. Try new ArchFit hands-free Skechers Slip-ins.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
That brings a smile to my face.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, jump up high.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you, we're happy, and I know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardian. At each day start, as time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects may include ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of infection in your legs or feet. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Welcome to Fox Nation, a place where we look to the future and toast to our past. This is Fox Nation, where all of America's stories are told. Sign up and start streaming today.
All right, that was Jonathan Hunt in the dark. Now, we had not told Jonathan when we assigned him to go to Indianapolis that it was for an eclipse, and while in the middle of that, everything would get dark. Actually, he did know that, and he covered it very, very well. Talked to some great people out there. I guess the lights were out there for a good 3.5 to 4 minutes. Obviously, everything okay right now, but how did it all go down, Jonathan?
It was incredible, Neil. I think for a lot of people here, and there were about 50,000 or so gathered here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It was a physical experience watching the total eclipse. It was an emotional experience, and for some people, I think, even a spiritual one. And you know what touched me most of all, Neil, was talking to a lot of the kids who were here. You know, the families come to events, they bring the kids along, whether they're, you know, preteens or teenagers, and often you're dragging them, I know this from experience, and they're bored and they're complaining. Well, every single kid we talked to after this was saying, oh my goodness, that was amazing. And it truly was, Neil. When we saw the moon starting to creep across the face of the sun here in Indianapolis, there were gasps of awe just then. And then as it completed that cross across the surface of the sun, and we plunged into complete darkness here, the totality, as they called it, the gasps, the cheering, people were hugging each other. It really was, I have to say, Neil, quite an emotional experience, and a good reminder to every one of us that we may be divided within families, we may be divided within this country along political lines so often, there may be conflicts raging around the globe, but the universe is bigger than every one of us, bigger than all of those problems. A great reminder that if you're arguing with your spouse or significant other tonight, forget about it. Give them a hug instead. The world will be a much better place after today, for those who witnessed it at least, I think, Neil.
That's beautiful. Jonathan, you obviously didn't run into any of my Italian relatives there because it was short-lived for them, and then they were right back to everything. But, you know, it is true. It kind of united the world. We weren't arguing about anything. Politics never came up. You want to see these things last, but they don't.
No, they probably don't, Neil, and I'm sure tomorrow everywhere we'll be back to discussing the same things that we've been discussing for so long here in this country and around the world. But at least it can serve as a reminder. We can look back at the pictures of this. We can look back at the video and think, what an amazing thing, a cosmic coincidence, as NASA officials put it. It really was a beautiful thing, and should remind us all that we are just a very, very small part of an incredible universe. By the way, Neil, I heard you talking earlier to Brandy up in Rochester, I think she was, where they didn't get to see it so well. You were talking about all the great food up there. I'll go to Rochester anytime you want, Neil Cavuto, and I will eat all the bad for you, all the food that is bad for us. We can give our own doctors a heart attack by eating the food that they tell us not to.
Oh, no, we're going together, young man. I'm not letting you have all the fun. Jonathan, great job tonight, and we really appreciate it, that perspective. Only from Jonathan, well, but all our folks. This is a very special day, and one of those days where we stop and think, this is all right. Here's the 5.